Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? I hope you all are having an excellent weekend so far. Now, can everybody hear me? I have a new audio setup, so let me know. How's my audio quality? All right, folks, we're going to get started here in about 1 minute. I will see you all shortly. How's everybody doing today? I hope y'all are having a great weekend. Hey there, Percival. Good to see you. I'm glad you're having a good weekend. Thanks. I'm doing well. Hey, Hot Bob. Good to see ya. Can everybody hear me okay? I have a new audio setup, so I just want to make sure I'm audible and clear. All right, thank you, Percival. Hey, thank you, Mussolini. Good to see you. Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Ah, okay, got it. Yes, no problem at all. I'll call you Hot Babe. Hey, Code Me Kathy. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Also, I wanted to say I know I've been off for a couple weeks. I hope everybody had an excellent holiday season. And I hope y'all are having a great new year so far. Happy 2024. I haven't seen you guys in a couple weeks. But yeah, I hope y'all had a great holiday. Hey, Chaotic. Hey, Brandland. Good to see ya. Hey, Copper Lily. Also, I wanted to say thank you to uh, ALJR720, Shenanigans27, which is a really excellent username, and Tara Thery. Thank you so much, all three of you. All three of those folks subscribed while I was off for the past couple weeks. So I just wanted to give them a shout out and say thank you to all three of those folks. Alrighty. No worries, hot babe. You can call yourself whatever you like on the internet, as long as it's not hurting anybody. Hey, Jenna Lee, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Yeah, great to have you here. How long is this stream? I'm new. So, generally, my streams are scheduled to be about 3 hours, but project times can vary. You'll find if you look on my YouTube archive, where all my older streams are, you'll find that most of them are longer than 3 hours. However, we do try to take regular breaks, at least once per hour. So that gives you, a few minutes to get up and stretch and get some coffee or tea or whatever keeps you going. And also too, if you have to drop off at any point, all of my streams are recorded and they're available to watch right here on my. They're available to watch right here on my Twitch channel. And then once every few weeks, I move all my streams over to YouTube. So if you want to link to my YouTube archive, which is ad free, so you will never see an ad on my YouTube channel, it is at !YouTube. So just type that in chat and that'll get you the link. And you can go there and watch my entire archive. So Hot Babe says they watched my React Part 1 and Part 2 videos. Yes, I have a full series on React on my YouTube channel. If you want to learn how to start building stuff in React from scratch, total beginner, that's a great place to start. Welcome to the stream, Organizing. Good to have you here. Oh, they're a bot. Okay, let me just go ahead and take care of them. Give me 2 seconds. I always love having new people on my stream, except when they're bots. There we go. And they're gone. Chris says, hey, pop filter, nice. Yes. Not only that, I have a brand new microphone stand. So hopefully my audio is clear and audible. Let me know if I have to make any adjustments. Yeah, I have a full stand with a pop filter, and hopefully it makes my mouse and keyboard slightly less audible than they normally are. And so just let me know if there's anything weird with the audio, and I will make corrections as needed. Hey, Speedy Alex. Oh, and thank you for the follows. Got several new follows here. We've got Ashraf, thank you for the follow. Rarkos, thank you for the follow. Drano, thank you for the follow. Cybergal, and Ellipse Henrique, thank you so much for the follows, folks. Oh, and I got to turn on my stream closed captioning. Give me one moment, and then we'll go ahead and get started. We'll talk about what we're going to be doing today, and then I'll first, how my streams normally work if you're new, is I will do a demonstration of the finished project that we're going to be building today. We'll talk about the features, and then we'll actually get in and we'll build it. So you all can follow along and build it with me, and see what goes into building a digital atlas, which is what we're going to be doing today. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Drunk Uncle Grandma. It's always good to have you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much, Drunk Uncle Grandma. You're very cool. I just realized my camera is flipped on this screen, so you get to see me flip flop back and forth when I switch back and forth to my sub screen. Hopefully, that's not too distracting. Cybergal says, I'm completely new to this. Can I follow as a beginner? Yes, it's helpful if you have some knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but this project isn't going to be doing anything particularly advanced. And so, yeah, you're welcome to follow along, give it a try. If you get stuck at any point, you can see the finished project by typing !project in chat, and that will give you a link to the GitHub repo for the finished project. So if you get behind or you have to drop off, you can see the finished repo at !project and compare your code to what's there. Copperly says my first pop filter was pantyhose wrapped around a coat hanger. Luckily, a lot of this stuff is much cheaper nowadays. So yeah, luckily I didn't have to spend a fortune to get this new stand. All right, I'm going to turn on my closed captions real quick. We'll start those. All right, so you should be able to turn on captions now. You can hover your mouse over the right side of your viewing window. It'll be up here somewhere. If you hover your mouse up here, a closed caption icon should appear. You can click that, and you will be able to turn on closed captioning. Hey, Abidemi, good to see ya. Hey, Rarkos, good to see you. Love geography. That's awesome. Code Me Kathy says the mic is crystal. Oh, good. I'm glad. Oh, thank you, Drunk Uncle Grandma. Work for MJ can work for you. Mohammed says, I'm a front end dev and I want to test my websites, the data, etc. So, do I have to learn back end or are there tools for testing? Yeah, there are ways you can test without having a back end. You can, you can do data mockups. You can use, so what I would suggest the easiest way to do testing of a front end if you don't have a back end is to just implement local storage. So just have data stored locally on the user's machine or on your machine using local storage, which is really easy to implement. And then you can, fake having a database when you don't really have one. Hey, DevD, good to see you. Hey, DeLorean, welcome to the stream. All right, so what are we building today? Today, we are building a digital atlas. And so, what this allows you to do is to pick a country. So, for example, I will say, let's say like New Zealand. Oops, I can't spell. So, Zealand. There we go. And when I search for it right here, I get a variety of information about that country. So I get its common name, I get its official name, and we'll see that surprisingly, a lot of countries have a different official name than their common name. We get the capital, we get the region, we get the population, languages. Here we can see that there's more than one, right? English, Maori, New Zealand Sign Language. We get their currency and then the currency symbol. We get the demonym, which is not a word that I was familiar with. I don't know. I'd never heard of the word demonym before, but it's essentially what you call a resident of that country. So we would call them a New Zealander. Are they independent? So they're not controlled by another territory or country. Are they a UN member? And then we get a link to their Google Maps. So we click on that, and that takes us to, it looks a little weird because my screen is kind of smaller here, but it takes us to essentially the Google Maps page for that country. Go back here. And then also it gives us an image of their flag and their coat of arms. And this coat of arms image is actually pretty big. So if we open this in a new tab, we can see we get a nice, full page view of their coat of arms. And I don't know, I think coat of arms are pretty cool. I didn't realize how many countries actually like have coat of arms. Like you just don't think about that, right? You think about country flags all the time, but you don't necessarily think about countries having coats of arms, which is pretty cool. And most countries do. Not all of them, but most of them do. Theodore, sorry, I'm going to pronounce that wrong. Theodorelin. Yeah, we can look at India, sure. And I'll tell you where this data is coming from in just a minute. Nope, not Indiana. That tells you I'm an American, right? All right. So, and this is a great example because there's a couple of entries in this where we're getting this data from. There's a couple of entries that technically match, but I want to see India, so I can click this option. So it's going to give us both options here, but whichever one I click is what it will display. So I'm going to display this one, and this is what it says about India. Now, I'm not vouching that any of this information is correct or incorrect. It's just what is in the API I'm using. So if anything's wrong, I do apologize, but this is what's in the API that I'm pulling from. So here we can see there's a different number of languages. So obviously we're doing something here to pull these languages, right, and put commas between them. And also notice that when there's a symbol for currency, it's able to display that. And we have our Google Maps link and our coat of arms, which I love that. That's super cool. And yes, you can click this and you can get a map, a link to Google Maps. Rachel said, I wish I had something like this in high school 15 years ago. Yeah. So, and also too, I wanted to make this background basically the Google Map link. Like I wanted the originally I wanted the country's border to display like in the background, so it was essentially the static image of the Google Map. But in order for us to do that, we would have to use the Google Maps API, which costs money. And if you are new to the stream, you'll know that one of the things that we really try to do is only use solutions that are free. So any tools we use here, any APIs, things like that, they're always going to be free, and they aren't going to cost you any money. So the Google Maps API costs money. So unfortunately, I couldn't implement, I couldn't embed the map directly on the page. But if you click on the link, it will take you to Google, and you'll be able to see, the Google Maps page for it. Yeah, coat of arms are fun. That was my favorite part, is seeing all the coats of arms of all these countries. India's is really cool. I like it. And also, too, one other thing to notice here, search this again. No, maybe not. Okay, there we go. Try that again. Ugh, I can't spell, my goodness. Now, if we search this again, maybe. Did I break it? Okay, let's see. Did we get an error? Nope, no error. All right, I'll stop the server and restart it. I might have been going back and forth too much. That's all right. When in doubt, restart the server. Okay, we'll reload. There we go. Yeah, and yeah, there are. I know that some countries have so many languages, but yeah, there are some times when yeah, I think that the API is probably going to be incomplete. Hmm. Well, I guess I broke it. I'll try. I'll try a different country. It could be that I was hitting the API too much too. Let's see. My server's running. I'm not getting any errors in the console. Kazakhstan. Yeah, there's lots of countries out there. We'll try one more time, and then if it's not going to work right now, that's all right. We'll just jump in and start building. Oh yeah, you can use lowercase letters. It does work for that. I'll show you that a little bit later. Okay, well, apparently I broke something somewhere when I was flipping back and forth between Google Maps and the app, but that's all right. Yeah, I checked the console. There's nothing in the console, but of course, you know, the moment you go live, it breaks. That's all right. We'll go ahead and start building. Let's look at where I'm actually getting this. Let's look at where I'm getting this information, right? So this information is coming from an API. And so you might be familiar with APIs. Essentially, they're ways of kind of bundling up information in a specific way, in a structured way that allows you to access it. Um, And so, what APIs can do is they can kind of give you a structured set of information that's the same every time. And so, what you can do is then bring that into your application and display it whatever way you want. Um, oh, welcome to the stream, by the way. Toad Arch Studio, welcome to the stream. All right, so the API we're using today is called restcountries.com. And I'll put that in chat. You can go to that website as well and see about it. Most APIs, APIs are like a restaurant menu. Yeah, kind of. And then the app chooses what it wants to order from the menu, basically. Yeah. And so most APIs will have something like this. They'll have a site that allows you to see how to use the API. This, yes, I'll try that in just a second, Toad Arch. And actually, what I'll do is I'll show you in a minute how we can even access the API without an app. How we can actually just put that straight into a URL and still get that information, and what that information looks like when it comes from an API before we turn it into an app, if that makes sense. And thank you, Asharon and Theo. Thank you so much for the follows, both of you. Good to have you here. So most APIs will have a website like this, and these websites are really kind of important for knowing how to use the APIs because often they'll have quite a few fields. So let's take an example. Let's take a look at what these fields look like directly from the API. So they can say you can access the API through this URL. But in order to get a faster response, you should filter the results by the fields you need, and then they give an example. But if we just go ahead and click this link right here, wow, look at that. Look at that. That's a lot of information, right? And if we look closer, we can zoom in a little bit, we can see that this is essentially every single country in their API. Now, does anybody know the name of how this information is formatted? With the squiggly brackets and the quotes and the, you know, and the colons. What is this called when data is arranged like this? Yeah, it's called JSON. Yeah, and JSON is an abbreviation. I can't remember what it stands for off the top of my head, but I'm sure smart people in chat will remember. But yeah, it's JSON. And that's a pretty standard way for passing information from application to application. Yeah, first time chatters, welcome guys. Heard you like objects, so we put objects inside objects. Exactly. Yeah, JavaScript object notation. Thank you. Yeah, and so that's really what it's for. It's just for passing data in a structured way between applications. Exactly. So this is really hard to read, right? So let's look a little bit more about how we can use this API to actually get the data that we want. So in this case, what if I only want data for one country, right? What if I want to, because essentially what I want to do is create an application where a user can type in the name of a country or even the partial name of a country. Like we saw that when there's multiple matches, we want to let the user choose between those results and they pick the one they want. So how do we interact with this API? Well, if you look at the website, oftentimes they'll give you examples of how you can. So here they say endpoints. And essentially, these are the types of things you can search for. So, all right, I want to search for, well, essentially the name, right? Search by country name. If you want to get an exact match, use the next endpoint. We don't want an exact match. We want a partial match. Because if I type in, say, America, right? I could be referring to the United States of America. I could be, referring to a territory like the Virgin Islands or something like that. And so there's, could be a partial match, and you want the user to select which one they want to see. So how do we do that? Well, they give us an example of how to do it. So they say, all right, we would use restcountries.com slash v3.1 slash name, and then the name we want to search for. And it could be in English or another language. Our app is going to search in English, but you could build this to search in your native language, whatever that might be. This API actually has translations of the names of every country in its database. So if you want to make this work in Spanish or German or whatever, you can. But let's say I want to get information about, say, Germany. So what I could do is simply say, and I'm going to do this in lowercase for the person who is asking, lowercase Germany, and let's see what we get. So if I go to this URL, now we can see that the information I get is I get much less information, right? It's still a lot, but it's a little easier to read through and see what we get. It's all objects, always has been. Yeah, exactly. So it works with lowercase, right? It does those types of fuzzy matches, which is good. That's very helpful. So that way we don't have to do that on our end, right? We don't have to take and capitalize things and and check spelling on our end. We can just have the user or try to do full matches on the client side. We can just allow the user to pass in whatever into our request and see what we get back. This is still pretty hard to read though. So if we really want to decide which fields we're going to pull into our app, there's several different ways we could format this to make it easier to read. What I find myself doing is just using like a JSON formatter, like a web-based JSON formatter. So here's an example. I took this information about Germany and I put it into just a web-based JSON formatter. And we can see here on the right, I'll make this bigger. Yeah, there we go. Over here, now, once I run it through this formatter, now we can kind of see how it's structured and how the objects look and kind of pick out the fields that we want. Yes, and yeah, there's Chrome there's lots of different ways to do it. There's Chrome extensions, there's extensions in VS Code that you can use. Yeah, and Firefox is pretty good too. Firefox is good at a lot of things, actually. I mostly just use Chrome out of habit now, but I know that Firefox has got a lot of great built-in capabilities. So that's good to know that it automatically formats JSON. So yeah, we can see here that the structure actually makes a lot more sense now, right? And so some things we're probably going to want are like the common name, um, the official name, whether it's independent, whether it's a UN member. We obviously want information about the currencies. But if you look at this currencies thing is actually a nested object, right? So currencies is here, but then there's another there's another object inside of it, which has the stuff we actually want. So like the currency name and the symbol. And there's a lot of stuff we don't want here too, or don't really care about. Obviously we want the capital. There's alternative spellings, there's regions, languages. We want to pull that in. So, for example, like we saw earlier, for something like India, there could be more than one language, or for several countries, there's often more than one official language. There's translations in other languages. There's tons of translations. Localization, yeah. Oh, thank you for so much for the sub, Dr. Moto. Always love having you here. Thank you so much for subscribing, Dr. Moto. Good to see you as always. That formatter is handy. Yeah, it's just easy. And like I was saying, there's a lot of different ways to do it. There's Chrome extensions, there's extensions in VS Code that can do it. There's Firefox can do it, but sometimes it's nice to just have a website. You just go to a website and you dump the stuff in. That's what I do. I end up doing a lot. There's whether it's landlocked, which means does it have any border that has an ocean? So is it next to an ocean? What are the countries that border it? So yeah, tons of stuff here. And so it's really up to us to just choose which fields we want and then pull those fields into our application. And we have the Google Maps link here as well. So what we would need to do is turn that into a hyperlink that the user can click on and go to Google Maps. And then down here we have our flags. So important to note here, we have not only the actual link to the image. So if I were to go to this, not cut to, I want to copy that. So if we go here, there's the flag. And then it also gives us the alt text. Now, what is alt text? Does anybody remember what is alt text for? Yeah, as Dr. Moto said, exactly. So alt text, alt text is literally alternative text. And so if you're building an application for every image that you add to your application, preferably it would have alt text in the image tag. So you're going to be adding image tags and you're putting in the URL for your image, but you're also going to want to add an alt property that describes the image using words. And what that's for is for folks who use screen readers or other assistive technologies that will describe the image to them. Now, the coat of arms doesn't have alt text, but as we'll see in the finished code, we're going to make our own alt text that describes what it is. Which I thought this was interesting. It even has like the start of the week. So what day starts their week? Well, Monday. Not every country starts the week on the same day, which I thought was really interesting. I think the United States officially has it start on Sunday, whereas Germany has it start on Monday. Oh, yours is Saturday? Cool. Is that official? And then there's the capital and its location as well. So there's a ton of information here. We're not going to use all of it, but we are going to use some of it. Official. Okay. Wow. Very cool. So, all right. And yours was India, right? So India starts theirs on Saturday. That's really neat. Debbie says, "Whoa, any country where it starts on Wednesday." I don't know. I bet that maybe there's a way to look at that. I bet, but what you could do is you could grab all the information, filtering on just the fields that you want. So you could just grab like the country name, and so you could just say fields equals oh, you're in Iran. Sorry, Todar, I got you mixed up. I apologize. So Iran starts on Saturday. Very cool. I did not know that. That's so neat. So what you could do to check that, DevD, is you could grab this URL and only get the fields for common name and start of week. And you could see, you could quantify that. You could see what days countries start their week on without worrying about any of the other fields. Wonder if any other countries have thank God it's Tuesday like TGIF. Yeah, do that, DevD. Let me know. I'm really curious as to the results of that. All right, so now we've kind of seen what this API can do for us. And you might wonder, how did you find this API? I really just Googled. I wanted to build some kind of a digital atlas project. And so I just Googled and looked around and looked for APIs that are free. Obviously, some APIs require you to pay, but there are many out there that are free, such as this one. This one doesn't even require an API key, so it's very accessible. And that's why I thought we ought to use it. All right, so now let's go ahead and get started and start working with this API. So any questions before we get started? Rarco says, at my old job, the week started on Wednesday. My goodness, that would be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, when your personal work week doesn't align with everybody else's week, then yeah, things get difficult. Todark says, what is this API called? It's restcountries.com. And I'll put it in chat. Oh my goodness, Anya, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, Anya, thank you for the follow. Thank you, everybody. Apollo Sings, thank you for the follow. Wow, welcome, folks. Get my windows rearranged here again. Hi. Hey, Mattel. Good to see you. Hey, Suka. Thank you for the follow. So, what are we doing today? Well, we are building essentially a digital atlas that allows you to search for countries and get facts about them. And I'm going to try, essentially, I'm going to try restarting it. I was having a bit of an issue just before this, but we'll see if I can get it working so I can demonstrate it for you. And you all have rated at the perfect time. We haven't started building yet, so if you want to stick around and build along with us, we're going to build the project from scratch. Do !project if you want to see the finished code. This is a nice beginner-friendly project using HTML, CSS, Node, JavaScript, etc., and an external API. All right, I'm going to stop the server, restart the server. Yeah, thank you so much, Anya. All right, so essentially what this does is we can type in a country such as Egypt. There we go. It works now. Who knows, man? We got it working. All right, good deal. All right, so Egypt. So essentially you type in a country, it gives you all sorts of fun information about that country. It gives you the flag, it gives you the coat of arms. I think my favorite flag is, I think this is the right one. Nope, it's the wrong, it's Greenland. I always get them mixed up. There we go. I think Greenland has the best flag. Feel free to debate me on that, but Greenland's flag is pretty great. What, Firefox auto formats the JSON code? Yeah, that's cool. Pretty derivative of JPEG, but I think it's perfect though. It shows the sun, just above the horizon, like it is, a lot in the northern hemisphere. Mohammed says, "Do I have to know backend to make a custom API to post images?" So as far as knowing backend, you don't have to know a ton about backend. It's not terribly hard to make APIs. You could always start by using existing APIs and options, such as, you could use something like Cloudinary to host images. You don't have to build your own image hosting service, but you do need to know a little bit about the backend in order to make an API. But most simple APIs are pretty similar, and they all have a similar structure. So once you've done a couple, you start to see the patterns. You could even use templates. I have a couple templates for APIs on my GitHub. You can search on my GitHub for full stack template and use that. I also have several streams where I teach you how to build an API essentially. So if you want to learn and yeah, I do. Yep, really indeed. Yeah. So go to my YouTube channel, !YouTube in chat to get a link. And just search on there, search full stack, search template, and see what, pick one. I have several projects like that where I talk you through it, how to build an API. Yeah. Okta says, have you tried ChatGPT API? Personally, no. Mostly because it's not free, and a lot of what I like to do here on stream is just free things. I like to demonstrate free options. So not personally, but I know a lot of folks who have, and there's tons of startups right now that make their living off of the ChatGPT API. I do post my VOD on my YouTube channel. That's correct. Yeah. So ! YouTube if you want to link to that in chat. Yeah, the coat of arms is for this one is fairly simple but effective, I would say. There you go. There's the there's the YouTube channel. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Feel free to build along with us. Like I mentioned before, the finished project is available at ! GitHub. That will link you to the, or sorry, ! Project. My apologies. ! Project in chat if you want to link to the finished repo. So if you get stuck at any point, feel free to just refer back to that. All right, let's get started. I'm going to rearrange my windows here a little bit. Nishi and Clay and Nubosaurus. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Great to have you all here. Alrighty. So, I have a new folder here open in VS Code. I've just called it Digital Atlas. You can call yours whatever you like. Now, I know I'm going to be talking to an API. So, can anybody think what are some of the files and what are some of the files that I might need if I'm going to be building a project that's talking to an API? So, and if you're new to my streams, I ask you questions also along the way. So be prepared for that. You don't have to answer, but it's a good way to think critically and stay engaged with the material. Gonna need JSON files, sure, okay. We're gonna need fetch. I'm talking about like file. What types of files am I gonna need? So fetch is definitely something we're gonna need, but we might need we might need a .env file, sure. What's the simplest, most basic file that I'm gonna need? HTML, sure. Yep, we're gonna need HTML, of course. What am I gonna need specifically to communicate with the API? We're gonna need package.json. Sir, what about this? What about server.js? Oh yeah. Yes, unless you're cooking during the stream, then you don't have to answer. Yes. Oh yeah, right? Oh yeah. If I'm gonna run my app and be talking to the API, I'm probably gonna need a server.js file, right? Yeah. Okay. And then, like some of y'all said, I'm also going to probably need, I'm going to need like an index.html. What I'm going to need a style folder, right? I'm going to need some CSS. So in order for those things, I'm going to go ahead and put those in their own folder. What would I normally call a place where I put static files such as, HTML client side stuff? What would I call that? It's okay, Dr. Moto. Yeah, I would generally put those inside of a public folder. Yeah, public. Generally, public folders are where we put stuff that's, the client side type stuff. They go in a public folder. Some frameworks automatically kind of know to read from the public folder. So the naming is sometimes important. In our case, it's not going to be particularly important what this folder is called, but we're going to follow the standard naming conventions. Agri says, are we going to use Node to communicate with the API instead of client-side JavaScript? Yeah, we are, Agri. Yep, we're going to use Node today. Yeah, we're going to use Node. And first, what we're going to do, actually, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually set up our server and see if we can hit the API, see what result we get back, and we're going to console log that and just kind of test out our connection to the API. Yep. All right. So inside of my public folder, I'm going to put index.html. And we're not putting anything in these files just yet. We're just kind of getting our structure set up. And we're going to have styles.css. And the last one we're going to have is if I want to run client-side JavaScript, I'm going to need an additional file here to run some client-side scripts. So we're going to have both our server and our client-side scripts working together in order to make our app functional. Hot Babe says, isn't images and fonts static too? Seems pretty static to me. Yeah, so sometimes what you'll see is inside of here, you'll have an additional folder called like assets or images. Now, why don't I need that here? That's a good question. So I have images on my page, right? Why don't I need an images folder? My app has images. Yeah, exactly. Because we're getting those images from the API itself. I would only need like an assets folder or an images folder if I was storing those images within the application, like locally for retrieval. So that's not true here because the images, like for the flags and the coats of arms, are coming from the API. So don't need to worry about it. Yeah, they'll appear automatically. Exactly. What we're going to do is we're going to take the URL for these images and we're going to render them in an image tag on the page. Yeah. All right, so we've got our structure here. Now let's see if we can go ahead and set up our server to talk to the API. All right, so if I want to run a server, what are some other things I'm going to need to install before I can do that? What are some other things I'm going to need if I want to set up a server? Yeah, we're going to need some packages, right? So in order to install those, I can open up a terminal window here. Yeah, I might need, yeah. One of the things I'm probably the most basic thing I'm going to need is Express. Exactly. Cams, thank you for the follow. And Nishi, I may have already thanked you, but thank you again for the follow as well. Yeah, so if I want to start installing things, what do I need to type down here in the terminal? If I want to start installing some packages. Ah, yes, we got to remember the order of operations, right? First, before I can install anything, I need to initialize npm. Npm is our package manager. Npm allows us to use Node and install extensions or packages, additional things that we can use in our app. So first thing I'm going to do is npm init, and I'm going to say -y, which is just a little shortcut to get us past the standard questions that it asks us. So yeah, exactly. npm is Node Package Manager. Yep. So npm init y. Also, when you do this, make sure that you're in the folder where you actually have your project. So if you should be, if you open a terminal, you're already in the folder, you open a terminal and you start, entering commands, you should already be in the correct folder, but just double check. For example, I'm in my documents folder and I'm inside this project folder called Digital Atlas because that's where it's going to install stuff. So, all right, so I've done npm init y. And we can see as soon as I did that, it created our package.json file, right? Now, there's not going to be anything in here at the moment other than just standard, basic stuff. But we'll see as I start installing things that it's going to put them inside our package.json folder. All right, so next thing I'm going to install is what's called Express, which essentially just allows us to create better servers faster. You can create servers without Express, but it's not worth it. I've done it a couple times and it's not fun. So just install Express. So you're going to say npm I or npm install Express. And once I've done that, we can see it created a package lock file for us. We have our package.json and we have our node modules. So now if I look in package.json, we can see that under my dependencies, I've now installed Express. Todark says Express is the same as live server. No. So Express essentially just allows us to use basically shorthand commands for some of the things that servers normally do. You can read more about it here at expressjs.com and what it does. But basically, it just compresses some of the things that you would have to do manually into simple like shorthand methods and allows you to access those methods in your server. Yeah. All right. So now we've installed Express, and that's the only thing we're going to need to install today. So those of you who are more familiar with, some of the projects that I do here on stream might be surprised, but today we're just going to install Express and it's going to work. So pretty bare bones today. All right. So I'm going to head back over to my server.js file and I'm going to go ahead and set up Express. So I can just say const express. And to go into more of your question about Express versus live server. So essentially, live server essentially is basically what I have down here. I'm hovering my mouse over it now. Live server is an extension that allows you to kind of locally host your app and run it. Versus setting up a full server here, which, like, if I were to set up the server here, that would allow me to actually fully deploy my app at some point and run it on the web for real. All right, so Express, we're going to require Express. Maybe. I'm finding that my new mic stand gets in the way of my keyboard just a little bit, but we'll figure it out. All right, const express require express, and then const app equals express. What this is essentially doing is it's shortening things down so that in order to access any express methods, all I need to do is type app dot and then a method. And we'll see how that works in just a minute. And then the third thing I'm going to do is declare a port. And what am I doing this for? What is the port for? What's our port do? Yeah, the port is essentially just the location where, yeah, the port is essentially just the location that the server is listening for traffic. Yep. So when our app is running, it's going to be sending information to our server, and the server needs to know where that information is coming from so it knows when to do something with that information, right? So it's going to say, oh, something's coming in on port 3000. Well, I should do something about that. So I'm actually going to put mine on port 3001 because I already have this project running on port 3000. So you can use whatever port number makes sense to you. Hey, Icon, good to see you. Mohammed says, "Do I have to name type app or anything?" I assuming you're asking whether we're using a typed language today. We aren't. However, you could do this in TypeScript if you wanted. We're just using JavaScript today, so JavaScript doesn't have types like you know C-based languages or well, JavaScript technically is C-based, but like more strict languages do. But TypeScript actually does have types. So if you want to do this in TypeScript, you can. But we're just going to be using JavaScript today. JavaScript is just easy breezy, fun and loose, no types involved. Mr. Carson says, were there changes in the JSON files? Yes. So if once you do your installation of Express, if you look at package.json, you'll see that Express now shows up down here under dependencies. Yeah. All right. So we're pulling in Express. We're setting it up so we can access the methods. And now what I'm going to do, the first Express method I'm going to use is I'm going to tell Express where our essentially where our static files live, right? Remember how I said we put them in the public folder, group them all together? That was for a reason. That was to tell our server where those files live so it knows where to find them and display them to the user. So if it needs to display our index.html, it needs to know where to find it. So I can say app.use express.static. This is telling Express where to find those files. Public. So essentially this is just saying, hey, Express, when you get a request to, display like index.html, those static files are in a folder called public. Now it knows where to find them. Mohammed says, no, I mean the app equals Express. You were asking if you could change the app variable to anything else. Technically, yeah, this is just a variable. So this variable name here, it's just a name. However, I would suggest that you don't. Using app is pretty standard across all apps, I guess, across most servers. So I would suggest that you use this, but I can't stop you from using something else. Mr. Carson, so just make sure that you did, number one, that you did npm init -y. So that's the first step. And then the next thing you should do, Mr. Carson, is npm I express. So I'll put it in chat for you. You name all your express instances Jeffrey. So, Mr. Carson, if you didn't do this, I'm typing it in chat. npm I express. So, Mr. Carson, it's npm init -y is the first command, and then npm I express is the second one. Dope. Name all your stuff, Jeffrey. Yes, yeah, exactly. Hot Babe says npm init -y. Yeah. Hey, Walla Lang, welcome to the stream. I'm going to give you a gentle warning here, Walla Lang. Please be respectful and nice to all cultures and all people in chat. This is a positive stream, and we like to keep everything friendly, and we like to keep everything positive and helpful to each other. But welcome to the stream. If you're willing to abide by that, you're welcome to stick around and code along with us. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, Mr. Carson, no worries. If you feel like you got it all just messed up, you can always just make a new folder and start over. No problem. Moving forward, Apple will be named as Scooby. All right. Sorry, I got to get my windows rearranged here again. So you can use double quotes if you would like. JavaScript doesn't care. Yeah, you can use double quotes or single quotes. It's all good. Yeah, you got it. Awesome. Good job, Mr. Carson. All right. Now, if I want to go to an API and I want to retrieve, some information, what type of request am I going to be making to that API? So, what type of request on the server side am I going to be making to that API? Yeah, it's a GET request. Exactly. So, a GET request is literally us getting information. And Mike Codes, you're not wrong when you say fetch, but that's why I asked the question, because there's a distinction between the two. We will use fetch, but we aren't going to be using it on the server side. We're going to be using it on the client side. So inside of our script.js is where we're going to be using fetch. But on the server side, we're always going to be using some very limited express methods such as get, put, post, patch, that type of thing. Those are specific methods that we have to use on the server side. Yeah. So that's an important distinction. That's why I asked the question. I'm Casero. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. All right. So we're going to do app.get. And the first thing that we pass in here is essentially the path that our server is going to trigger off of to perform this action. So that can be called whatever you want, but generally you want it to be descriptive of the action that you're trying to do. So this path here, this GET request to the API, is going to be triggered when the user searches for a country, right? They type in the box, they click search, and we want it to hit the API and get the information. So I'm going to call this path search, and then that will give our client side something to pass up to our server and say, hey, I'm going to pass you this path called search. And our server will be like, oh, yeah, I know what to do. I'm going to go to the API and get some information. All right. And then I set up my request. So generally, when we're making any kind of a request, it's going to have two properties, request and response, right? So the request comes up, the response goes back down. The request comes up from our application, the request goes back down the response goes back down saying, here's your information. However, if I am hitting an external source like an API, so I'm doing something that's, requires connecting to a third party of some kind, what type of function do I want to make this? What type of function should we use when we're talking to an external external URL? Yeah, it should be asynchronous. Exactly. It should be asynchronous. And this is going to be a function, so I'm going to use function notation here. All right, so asynchronous functions are a type of what's called a promise. So if you're not advanced with JavaScript, you might not know what a promise is, but you can think of it in simple terms like, let's say the API takes 5 seconds to respond. Right? If the API takes 5 seconds to respond, that's a lot slower than our web page is going to load or our code is going to execute, right? So what we don't want to happen is our web page loads before we get our information back from the API, right? We don't want the user to see a blank screen. That's no fun. We want our app to wait. We want our app to wait to get the information from the API before it tries to render everything, because it needs to have that data in order to render properly. So async await is a way that we can force our application to wait until it gets the information before it renders. Yeah, it's okay. You don't necessarily have to know exactly what it is. It's promises, async await. They take a little bit to kind of get your head around, but we're going to put it into practice here, and I'll explain what it does in a second. All right, cool. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially make a request to the API. I'm going to make a request to the API, and then I'm going to send the data back, and I'm going to handle any errors that appear. All right, so I'm also going to do this, put this inside of what's called a try catch block. What does a try catch block help us do? This might help if once I populate it here. Try something. Yeah, it helps us handle errors, right? So it's literally, hey, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try to go to the API and get some information. But what happens if it doesn't work, right? What happens if the API is like, nope, you spelled that wrong, or nope, I'm like, my server's off. I can't even give you a response. So it's literally going to try something. And if it doesn't work, if it gets a bad response, it's going to just catch that error, and then it can do whatever you want with it. It can show it to the user, it can log it to the console, it can do all sorts of things. So generally what you do with catch blocks is you can just say, hey, for a response, send a specific status code. We'll use status 500, but you can do whatever. Send the error message back to the client. You can say error dot message. And then also what I want to do is console log the error. Essentially what this does is it prevents our application from crashing every time it gets a response, a bad response from the API, because we're able to handle it in our application. So we get an error, instead of crashing, our application just does these things, and then it can continue. So try catch blocks are really useful whenever you're talking to a third party, like an API or a database that might not always work or give you the response you expect. Yeah, and we're gonna put our query right here. So our query is gonna go inside of our catch block. Generally, I like to inside of our try block. Generally, I like to fill out the catch block first because that's easy. The try block is harder. But all right. So essentially, what I'm going to be getting from my client side is I'm going to be getting the name of a country, right? They type in Greenland, they type in India, they type in England or whatever. And what they get what I need to do is essentially take the name of that country and put it into that URL that we looked at before, right? I need to say essentially put it format it like this, right? restcountries.com v3.1 /name/ whatever country name they submitted. So that's how I need to format my request. So const country name, this is going to be what we're going to get from the search from the user. It's going to come up to our server via the request, right? The user is going to click that search button. It's going to bundle it up into a request. The request is going to contain the country name that they searched for. I can extract it like this, and I'll go through this once we get everything built on both the server side and the client side. We'll walk through exactly how this works. But for now, just trust me that the name of what they searched for is going to be bundled up inside of this request as an object, just like this, except smaller. And we can pull it out into a variable called country name. App.get has return type or value. Not quite sure I follow the question, but our return is going to be in this response. We're going to send it back down to the client via this response. So we'll get to that in just a second. So I'm going to say server, or I'm going to say const API response. Now here is where we can actually do our fetch. So I'm going to await a fetch to the URL. So I'm going to grab this URL. I can drop it in here. I'm Wildslayer says, what's the best way to sanitize the query? You can do that in several ways. You can install various packages that can help you sanitize queries depending on how complex it is. We're not really going to bother with that, but you can sanitize via your input boxes on the client side, so you can make sure that they only accept certain types of inputs. You can also install specific packages to help you sanitize. But yeah, there's lots of ways to do it. I would suggest sanitizing on the client side and on the server side as much as possible. Now, I want essentially my URL to be populated with whatever is in this variable, right? Yeah, shouldn't it be in a string? It should. However, how do I put it into a string if I want to also include this variable in the string? Because if I do this, if I go like this and I say, all right, and I also want the end of this to be whatever country name they searched for, if I do that, that's not going to work, right? Because that's just going to search for that particular string. So how do I do that? Yeah, I need to use what's called a template literal. That sounds complicated, but it really isn't. Instead of using regular quotes, I'm going to use the tick mark. The tick mark on an English language keyboard is in the upper left-hand corner just below the escape key. Now, once I do that, you might say, well, there's nothing different here. It looks the same. But now what I can do is I can access the value in that variable by just doing that. I wrap it in a $ and curly brackets, just like so. Now that I've done that, when this runs, it's going to say, okay, I'm going to fetch from this URL. I'm going to pass in this country name variable and I'm going to pull out the value. So if country name had a value of Germany, my URL would be restcountries.com, blah, 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 /name/Germany. Okay, so you could do concatenation. You could use the plus sign if you wanted, but template literals are really the best and easiest ways to do it. Yeah, there you go. Kind of get now. Good. Yeah, so you could do it. You could do it with regular quotes and plus signs and all that sort of thing. But I really think that template literals are the way to go. We're going to be using them multiple times while we're building this today. So if you don't understand template literals yet, that's okay. We're going to use them again. You'll see them again a lot. All right, so we're going to do the fetch and we're going to wait until we get that information back. If it takes 5 seconds, if it takes 10 seconds, if it takes a minute, we're going to wait for that information to come back from the API to get some kind of a response before we proceed. You could store this URL as a constant. That's perfectly fine. You can do it however you like. I'm doing it this way because it's a little bit more easy to read. But yeah, you could store it as a constant, sure. Todoc says that in JavaScript, we don't use int, string, or float. We always use const. So JavaScript, when you're declaring a variable, for a constant, you use const. For a variable that can change, you will use let, L-E-T. So mostly what you'll see today are const and let. You might sometimes see var in older JavaScript. You might see var being used, but that's really not considered modern syntax. So for modern JavaScript, you want to use const and let. All right, so now we've done the fetch. Now we need to take that data and bundle it up. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the redemption. We got to stretch. All right. Oof. Thank you. Kind of stiff today. Okay. You can still use const and React. Yeah. Use state is different than state is different than a regular variable. It's similar, but not quite. Yeah. Just don't use var. Whatever you do, just don't use var in regular JavaScript. Exactly. It'll get you in trouble. All right. So we've done the fetch. Now, if the response that we get back from the API is good, like no errors, we got good data, then we just want to essentially package up that data and send it back to the client. So I can say const data equals await API response dot JSON. And essentially what this is doing is it's converting what we get back from the API. It's saying, all right, this is JSON data, and it's going to put it in a variable called data. And we're going to go ahead and console log that so you can see what it looks like. All right, folks, the countdown timer has counted down, so it's good to see you all back here again. I hope everybody's doing well so far. I didn't mention before, uh, where I live right now, it's about negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So it's way too cold to be doing anything, but yeah, so it's a good day to be inside streaming. Yeah, if you're I don't know what that translates to in Celsius, but you're welcome to Google it. Yeah, negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit right now, negative 22 or negative 20 degrees wind chill, I think. Yeah. It's windy here and my dogs are grumpy, so I have to walk them. Yeah, my poor dog, he's having some stomach trouble right now, and he wants to go outside and play, and so he's having a rough time right now because it's way too cold. Yeah. Shattuck says it's about the same here. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Wow, 22 Fahrenheit in Texas. That's very cold for Texas. Yeah. Below freezing is rare for Texas. So, all right. So let's keep going. So before the break, we kind of finished up with our GET request. It's going to hit the API and try to get some information from it. However, we can't quite test this just yet, right? We can't test this just yet because we can't run our server. We're missing something. Um, oh, and another thing I want to add here too, just as kind of some additional error handling, um, is ahead of our data, our const data. What I'm going to do is essentially add just a quick check to make sure that the response we're getting back from our API is okay. Now, the catch block will probably handle this, but more error handling is never a bad thing. So I can say, hey, if the response we're getting back is not okay, if the response we're getting back from our API response is not okay, then I want it to just go ahead and throw that error. And we can say something like, HTTP error, and then whatever that status that it gave us was. Just say response API response dot status, and then that should throw it, and then anything else will get caught by our catch block down here. I'm feeling cold with 15 degrees Celsius. Oh, that's negative 23 in Celsius. Okay, so negative 22 in Fahrenheit is negative 23 in Celsius. Good to know. Yeah, it's very cold here today. I am not used to this. I'm very cold. So, like I said, good day to be inside and streaming. Definitely. All right, so we're hitting the API. Well, first thing we're doing is we're saying, all right, what country did they search for? We're pulling it out of the request, and then we're hitting the API to see if we can get a response. And we're formatting our URL to contain the name of the country they searched for. We're saying, hey, if the response we got back was good, then don't do anything. Otherwise, throw an error. And then take the data we got back from the API and essentially send it back down to the client side as a response. So the client side is going to be waiting for it. We're going to send it back down as a response. And then our client can read it and pick apart that object and figure out what's in it, essentially. That's all it is. All right. Now, if I want to test this, I'm missing something. I can't run this server yet. What am I missing in my server? You can look at the whole thing here and let me know, what am I missing here in my server in order for it to run? Yeah, I'm missing a listen, right? No one is listening. Exactly. Yeah, I'm also missing a lot of semicolons. That's correct, Hot Babe. One thing that I don't do very well is semicolons. But the nice thing about JavaScript is that it doesn't require you to use semicolons in most cases. So, most cases I don't. But yes, you're correct. All right, but what we are actually missing here is probably the most important component of any server. We need to tell our server what port to listen on, right? Because we defined this port earlier, but our server needs to know where should it be listening. So we can say, all right, server, you're going to listen for any traffic coming in on port 3000. And when it starts to run, we can also say, all right, display a message that's saying that the server is running on port whatever. This is pretty common. I'm just going to copy and paste this message because I don't want to type it out. So that way, when we start our server, we're going to see essentially app.listen, server running on port whatever. Oh, and I'm missing a closing parenthesis there. Okay. Now that should be it. Natsuma says, I just use Prettier to do the semicolon. Yeah, you can use extensions to help you format your code. Other than like, I use an extension that shows me these little lines here that show me like where parentheses start and end. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for this subscription. Wow. Ellipse on Reek, thank you so much. So thank you so much for subbing. You get a special screen. You're very cool. Thank you, Henrique. Great to have you here. All right. Yeah. So you can use extensions for things. One thing that you should be careful of is if you're learning, um, try to avoid using extra extensions to help you do formatting and autocomplete and stuff like that. Because, yeah, I mean, you could use Copilot to just write your code for you, right? Like, totally. But I don't think that's a good idea when you're learning. Really, the only extensions I'm using here are ones that tell me where my opening and closing parentheses are. So, like, I click this and it shows a little line to my closing parenthesis because I have a hard time remembering close parentheses. But, just be cautious of what extensions you use. Not saying they're bad or anything like that. Just be cautious. Okay, so I think that should be everything we need for our server. So now let's see if we can get it running. So if I want to run this server, what do I do? How do I start this server up? Keep in mind, I'm not using NodeMon or anything like that. Yeah, so there's various ways we can do it. You can make what we call scripts that help you run things. So if you want to run it really manually, you can type node server.js like that, and it should start up. We can see that my server, so the console is telling me my server is running on localhost 3001. And I can stop the server at any point by hitting Control C. That'll stop it. Now, I can also use a script. So by default, there's a start script that's built into Express. So I could also run it by saying npm start. Like that. And then when I do it, we can see that it also starts my server. So multiple ways you can do it. You can also create your own custom scripts to do other things. But for the purposes of this project, you can either start your server doing node server.js or say npm start. Okay? So our server is running. Oh, thank you, Hot Babe. I appreciate it. I like to teach. That's why I do this. It's fun. Mr. Carson says, did you add those start scripts? No. So these two scripts right here, these are added by default when you basically when you initialize npm. So when this file is created, these scripts will be here. You'll see that sometimes people will create like a dev script. So if they want their app to behave differently in dev mode, they'll have a dev script or other types of scripts for various things. If you're using something like Vite or Create React app or like a framework like that, they'll often add their own scripts here as well. But by default, these are the two. Yours just has test. Well, I'm not sure why that would be, but you could always just do node server.js and see if it starts, see if it can run. That should work regardless. Did you, and Mr. Carson, make sure that you installed Express. So, Mr. Carson, under your dependencies list here, do you have Express listed as a dependency? Because if you don't, it's not going to work. Yes. Okay, good. So just do node server.js and hit enter, and then that should start it running. Now, if I go ahead and go to this localhost 3001, let's see what happens. When I do, I don't see anything, right? Because there's nothing there to see. We haven't put anything inside of our index.html to display. So we can go ahead and put some filler text in there just to make sure it's working. So if I go to my index.html, I can quickly set up a template by typing HTML5 like this. And that'll give me a quick template. And then inside of the body of my template, I can just do H1 and I can say, yeah, hello world, hello world. Or wait, no, let me do this. Hello there. General Kenobi. There we go. So I'll do that. And then if I just reload the page, we can see that my text appears. So that means my server is running. So this has helped us test a few things. My server is running. It knows where to find my HTML file in the public folder, and it's able to display it in the browser. So great. But what we really want to test is whether we can access our API, right? So if I want to see whether or not I can get anything logged to the console from the API, you read it in Ewan McGregor's voice, that's the goal. So if I want to see whether or not I can hit my API, what I want to do is simply visit the URL that I'm going to send from the client. So eventually our client is going to be sending a URL and our server is going to process it and then hit the API. So I can recreate that right here in the browser like this. I can just say, let me make sure I get this right. Hang on. I'm going to pull it up here on my other screen. All right, so I can essentially just say /search $country equals let's see, what should it be? Country could be, we'll just do Germany again. I don't remember if I need quotes around that or not, but we'll try that. Burundi. Yeah, I do have the Windows XP theme background. Good eye. We'll do Burundi, yeah. That's a fun one. Burundi. There we go. Look at that. Hey, Dan can code. Good to see you. Look at that. We got information from the API. So I'll go ahead and put this in chat. Just remember, if you're using like localhost 3000 instead of 3001, just change it to whatever port value you're using, whether it's 3000 or 6000 or whatever. So that's the URL you can use to test to see whether or not your server is going to hit the API and return some information. So we can see, yep, this is all information for Burundi. Perfect. So that is working and we are getting a response. So our server is good to go. We don't need to do anything else there. We're all set. Okay? Makes sense? Also, if you have questions, y'all have been doing really great. Y'all have been doing really great at asking questions so far. I really appreciate that. I love it when chat is engaged and asking questions and interacting with me. That makes my job a lot easier. So I appreciate that. And if you have questions, feel free to ask. Don't feel bad. There's no such thing as a stupid question. I really don't like hearing people say, oh, I've got a stupid question, because it's not stupid. If you have a question, that probably means that several other people have questions. You were just brave enough to ask it. So yeah, don't feel bad about that. Feel free to ask questions as we go. Petrazia says, okay, what is next? Okay, well, we're done with the server, right? We're done with the server. So now we can move on to our client side. Deputy says, oops, something is not working with mine. Okay, that's fine. That's why we test, right? That's why we stop and we test. So what you can do is you can check out the GitHub repo. So you can do !project. to get the full finished repo if you want to compare, your server.js versus mine, and see what else you need to do. What kind of security issues are you having there, Nats? Could be, there's always a variety of things that can go wrong when you're talking to an API. But hopefully it's working for folks. It says page is not safe. Okay, that could be a CORS thing, cross origin site, CORS, cross origin. I always forget what that stands for. Cross origin something or other. It's a browser based security thing. Does it say CORS anywhere? You can try a different country. You could try, Egypt or something. No, it doesn't say that. Okay. Well, you can always pause. We can always see if it works once you actually start sending the request from the app itself rather than in the browser. Also, to Nets, make sure that you are using the proper port, the one that you defined inside of your application. So if you're not using port 3001, it might think that you're trying to do something else. So, if you're using port 3000, change it to that, and just make sure that everything matches there. Mike says, why do CORS errors happen? So CORS errors are essentially like a browser-based safety feature. It's basically making sure that your application isn't requesting information it shouldn't be requesting. Yeah, cross-origin resource sharing. There you go. Yeah, so it's just a browser-based safety feature. It's supposed to keep you safe, but it often causes problems while you're developing apps because you're like, no, I want to do that request. Just let me do it. And essentially, what it's doing, I believe, is it's checking the headers of the request that you're sending, and if it doesn't like the headers, it's going to block them. Mr. Carson says, "Can we see your JSON file again?" Yeah, this one, I assume. And all of this, I didn't type any of this myself. All of this was entered by uh, npm essentially. So just keep that in mind. Like, I didn't type this. This is all just automatically generated. And you can, Mr. Carson, you should also be able to see this file in the repository as well. So if you go to the project, the exclamation point project, you can look in the repo and you can look at that file as long as you want on GitHub. All right, I'm gonna take a quick drink here and then we'll keep going. Okay, Renit, so that means you have an issue with your promise. Well, essentially, yeah, with your promise. So you might be missing like a response. Also check your, make sure that you have your response here, response dot whatever. Make sure that you have all your awaits in place. Basically, just make sure that everything matches here. There could be a variety of things that are missing. Also, too, you should also see everything that we're getting from the API logged in your console as well, because we set it up to do a console log as well as doing this request here. So we can see as soon as I hit this URL, so as soon as I hit this search, my server also logged the response inside of the console. So I can see, all of this information nicely formatted right here in the console. And if you get really stuck too on this, you can also just go straight to the repository and just copy and paste everything from server.js. Normally, I love it when people are able to troubleshoot, but if you're not able to figure out what's wrong with your server.js, just head out to the repo, go to server.js, copy and paste, and see what's different, between yours and what's in there. You're missing an await. Yes. Yeah. So usually if it says something about a promise being incorrect, you might have an async but no await, or you could be, missing an await somewhere. Yeah, it could be a variety of things. You figured it out. Good job, Renitz. Yeah, Hot Babe, and that is an option you can do with Git as well. We haven't initialized a Git repo here with this yet, but yeah, you can also do that. All right, now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to head over to our index.html, and we're going to replace my magnificent work of art here with what we actually want our app to look like. So we're going to actually start putting in some real HTML. Hey, Dre, good to see ya. Mr. Carson, yeah, so that probably means that you are missing, you're missing something. So, related to your Express. So make sure, Mr. Carson, make sure up here at the top of your server.js, make sure that you have all of these statements. You need all of them. So all of this stuff is important. Double check all these are correct. And then also, what was the other thing I was going to have you check? Oh, and also make sure that you've saved. I've done that before where like I'm getting an error and I don't know why, and it's just because I didn't save my server.js, so it wasn't running off the right thing. So double check that too. But yeah, you got to have all this stuff here with no typos. You shouldn't see any red squiggly lines anywhere in this code. So if you're scrolling up and down and VS Code is giving you a red squiggly line anywhere, then you got a problem. Oh, you spelled it wrong, Grandma. No, your JSON files should not be in your public folder. So your structure should look just like this. So if I collapse the public folder, this is how it should look. So it could be that you have a problem with your structure as well. If you put them in the public folder, then it's not gonna work because it's not gonna know where to look to find those things. Yeah. So server.js, package.json, package-lock.json, and node modules should all be at the root along with your public folder. That could be your problem. All right, now let's head into our index.html. Like I said, pull that up. And our index.html is going to be fairly simple. We're not going to have a whole bunch here. If we look at the finished product, not that. There we go. Look at the finished product. Oh, this is zoomed in. There we go. I'll zoom out a little bit. Your server was in public folder. Okay, you got it. Good job, Mr. Carson. Yeah, your server should be at the root. Yes, good troubleshooting. Way to go. You got it. I love it when folks figure stuff out. That's awesome. And let me tell you, troubleshooting is a skill, and not everybody has that skill. So if you're able to troubleshoot, you are ahead of most people out there. Yeah, so we're gonna obviously need some stuff, right? As Hot Babe says, we're gonna need a text box. Oh, Mr. Carson, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. And you sub with Prime. Thank you. When folks sub with Prime, it doesn't cost them anything. So Enrique and Carson both sub with Prime, and it didn't cost them a dime. Hey, that rhymed. Ah, triple rhyme. So thank you both so much. All right, and you get the special thank you overlay as well. You're cool. Thanks for subscribing. All right. So yeah, obviously we're going to need an input box to type stuff in. We're going to need a button for searching. And we're probably also going to need some like divs, right? We're going to need some divs, probably at least one for the text here. I'm thinking maybe another one for both of these image boxes, and then some more nested divs to hold these things, right? So I'm thinking, yeah, input box, search box, maybe one div for each column, and then two more nested divs, one for the flag, one for the coat of arms. I think that'll be pretty good, I think. Mohammed, you can do global CSS. You can have global styles in React too. You don't have to create new CSS for every single component, or for every single folder. You can have global. You can have global styles just like you can in a regular application. Yep. All right. So in here, inside of my body tags, I'm gonna have a large div, and we're gonna give this a class of wrapper. And I'll talk about what this is for a little bit later. This isn't going to matter right now, but we're going to have a large div with a class of wrapper. And what this is going to do is it's going to help us get everything lined up on the page. Because when we eventually go to do our styling, we're going to use something called grid. We're going to, in our CSS and our styling, we're going to use something called grid to make everything have this nice grid layout that it does, right? Everything's kind of in boxes and they all line up with each other. The search box lines up with everything below it. And for example, when I go to mobile, like if I were to narrow this screen down, it's going to, change the alignment, but keep everything looking nice. So in order for us to do that, we're going to use what's called grid. And it's okay if you don't know what grid is. Essentially, it's just an easier way to do CSS styling. And in order for us to do that more easily, we're going to have an outer div called wrapper. That's going to hold everything inside of it. No worries, Hot Babe. Thanks for stopping in. Good to have you here. All right. Inside of our wrapper, we're going to have our first section called search section. I'm just going to put a comment there to identify it. We'll have a div, and we'll give that a class of search section. And inside of here is where I'm going to have my search box and my search button. So if I want to create this search box, what type of tag do I need to use in order to create this box where I can type stuff? What's that called? Yeah, exactly. It's an input box. So inputs can have various types. In this case, we're just going to be using text. So keeping this as input type text is just fine. We don't need anything else there. Now, I am going to give some more information to this box. I'm going to give it an ID of country input, and I'm going to give it a placeholder value. Enter a country name. All right. So what does an ID value do? If I'm creating an HTML tag and I give it an ID value, what does that do? Yes, very important. It's not just an identifier, it's a unique identifier for this exact input box. No two HTML items can have the same ID. So what this allows us to do is in our styling, I can say apply specific styles to just this one input box, just the one called country input. There's only one. Apply styles to that one. Okay? Yeah. Now, what does placeholder do? What does placeholder do? This probably gives you a clue just by looking at what I put here, but yeah, it's the default message in the box before you type anything. And this is really useful. Whenever you're creating an input box, you should probably give it a placeholder value because that tells the user what you expect to see in there. So if I reload this, yeah. So look what happens when I reload the page and I start fresh. By default, there's now text in the box that says enter a country name. And then as soon as I start typing, it goes away. So whenever you're making an input box, I would suggest always using placeholder values to tell the user exactly what you want them to type. Yeah, it's an example or instructions, and it goes away as soon as they start typing. So very useful. All right, and then below that input box, I'm going to add a button. And that button is just going to be our search button. I'm going to give it an ID of search button. And the text that I want that ID to that button to have is just search. And then below the button, I'm going to add one more thing. I'm just going to add a paragraph tag, and I'm going to give it an ID of message. And we don't have to put anything inside this tag for now. This is going to get populated when there's a problem. So let's say I try to search for something and I misspell the name of the country, right? The API can't find a response, but I don't want to show the user the response from the API because it's probably not going to make sense to them. Like they're not going to know what a status, I don't know, 404 is, right? They don't know what status 404 means. They want to see something in English that tells them what's wrong. And so we can fill this with a custom message just for errors. Oh, Madeline, good to see you. Hi. Yes, exactly. Good to see you, Madeline. Yeah, it's actually the same microphone. I just have a fancy stand now. Yeah, so I hope the audio quality is good. Um, Happy New Year to you as well. Also, go follow Madeline. I don't know if you're I don't know if you're streaming right now, Madeline, but I'll give you a shout out anyway. Shout out. I'm gonna see if I can copy your name because otherwise I'm not gonna spell it right. Go give them a follow. See if that works. Yeah. All right. Go give Madeline a follow as well. Yeah, it's tough after work, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely. Pink Gamer, thank you so much for the follow as well. But yeah, Madeline's super cool. Give them a follow. Thank you, Mohammed. All right, so now we kind of have the top part of our little layout here. I'm going to go ahead and save this, and we can go ahead. We can start our server. I'm going to stop the server, and I'm going to start it back up again, and we'll just see how that looks. Should look fine. Just do localhost 3001. There we go. Yeah, so it's just a search box, right? Nothing there, nothing spectacular. It's not styled at all, but that at least shows us that our styling or our HTML is working. So let's keep filling that out. We don't have a whole bunch more to do. This isn't going to be particularly complicated, but search box most important. Next up, let's create a new section. And our next section is going to be for our main content. So this is going to be for our essentially for our results, like the facts from the countries. And then we're also going to have a section for images, and then our two containers for our flag and our coat of arms. All right. So next up, we'll have a div, and we're going to give it a class of main content. And inside of there, we can have another div with an ID of results and a class of results container. Now, you might be thinking, while I'm doing this, you might be thinking, well, how does she know like how many divs to use? How does she know, which things need an ID and which things need a class? And really a lot of the result of this is just a lot of playing around with styles. So you're not going to know this right off the bat. Probably you're going to create your divs, you're going to get the stuff on the screen, right? You're going to get your content populated into the divs. You're going to make sure that things are, displaying on the screen kind of like this, right? With no styling at all. And then you'll go back and you'll start building out your CSS, and you'll start giving things classes, and you'll start giving things IDs. And so you'll build it up that way. I'm just doing it like this because I've already built this and I've already done all the trial and error. So we don't have to do any of that troubleshooting. We're just going to give things IDs and classes right now so we can style them right away when we get to our CSS. So, when you're building something on your own, you're probably not going to know what things need classes, what things need IDs, what those, things should be called, that kind of thing. Just get your elements in place, get them populated with the data, and then go back and style them later. Drunko Grandma says, is it considered bad practice to not have label for country input for the input? I personally never use labels. Yeah, so it depends on what you're doing. I think for a single search box like this with placeholder text in it, I wouldn't bother with a label. But if I had a form that had multiple input boxes in it, I would probably have both labels and placeholders, like both. So the label sits outside of the box, to the left, and it's attached to the box, and then the placeholder text sits inside and gives more information. So I would probably do both if I had a form with multiple boxes. But for a single box like this, I wouldn't bother with a label. I don't know, as far as what Dr. Moto said, as far as accessibility, if someone's more familiar with screen readers, is just having a, will it read the placeholder? I hope it would. I was expecting that a screen reader would be able to read the placeholder text, and tell the person what to put in the box. Yeah, we can always check Lighthouse as well. Yeah, and as Mr. Carson points out, if you just type div, it will create a div for you. That's, I think that's the result of using Emmet, which is just kind of a little shorthand thing. VS Code, I believe, will do that by default. Just hit div, and it will. So if I were to do this, I can just hit div and say enter, and it'll give me a div, which is nice if you're tired of typing angle brackets. All right, now our next section is going to be for our images. So I'm just going to copy and paste this one. And I'm going to change it to image section. And then our ID, we're going to have two divs in here. One for the flag and one for the coat of arms. Yeah, Drunkograma. If you're building forms, I would suggest using labels. But for a single input box, I think you could probably get away with just using placeholder text. Yeah. All right. So first one is going to be our flag container. I just spelled flag backwards. Man, I'm struggle busting on the spelling today. So if I spell something wrong, please catch me. I'm trusting you. And my class is going to be image container. My coat of arms container. Coat of arms container. That's going to be my ID. And then my class for this one is also going to be image container. Okay. So this kind of illustrates the difference between ID and class, right? IDs have to be unique. So these are different. However, both of them have the class of image container. Now, why did I do that? Why did I give them both the same class? I already gave them different IDs, but what would be a reason why I would give them both the same class? Yeah, I can just say apply all the same styles to anything with a class of image container and make these two look identical. And then I can target additional styles to just the flag container or just the coat of arms container. Yeah. So I don't have to say, I don't have to repeat a bunch of styles for both. I can say, all right, give all these, give both of these the same styles, and then apply additional styles to each one individually. Hey, Deep Elements, good to see you. And so we can kind of see that if we look at the finished version. So if I search for something here, we can see that the flag and the coat of arms container, have very similar styles, just overall. Well, they all three do actually. And so rather than repeating it for each individual box, I can, apply the same styles to both of these at once and then do some individual styling on each. Same style, right once. Yep, exactly. Oftentimes we say that we try to make our code dry, and that essentially just means don't repeat yourself, right? If you can avoid repeating yourself, then don't. Dry code, exactly. DRY, don't repeat yourself. Nice, yeah. All right, and this is our image section. Put this down here. And all right, so we're almost done with the boring part. The HTML is always the boring part, right? Nobody likes that. It's always boring. but we got to power through it before we can get to the fun stuff. Copperly says, any reason using both snake case and camel case other than making my eye twitch? I wasn't even paying attention to that, I will admit. Yeah. So that's a good point. Technically, I probably should be using camel case. For some reason, I really like hyphens. Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention, but no conscious reason. Feel free to correct everything to camel case if you want. Just make sure that you update your CSS when we finally get there. Make sure that your CSS matches your HTML. But yeah, I just did it to make your eye twitch, Copper Lily. Sorry. So, like I said, we're almost done with our index.html. What's the last thing I need here? I'll give you a hint. Looking at what's in my public folder, what am I missing? I'm missing a couple things, actually. Yeah, exactly. If I want to style this stuff at all, I'm going to need to associate my HTML with a style sheet. And we normally do that at the top inside of our head. So this is the head part of an HTML file contains metadata. So it's data about what's on the screen. The user doesn't see any of this, but the browser needs it in order to render the page properly. So if we have a style sheet, we need to associate it with our HTML. Oh, come on. There we go. So if you just type link and hit enter, it should automatically give you a style sheet link. And we can just link it to our styles.css, which is in the same folder. So we can just say styles.css. There we go. And now any styles we apply will get added to our HTML. Cool. And then at the bottom, I'm going to link my JavaScript. So not my server, because that's not on the client side. That's on the server side. But I am going to have scripts that are going to run on the client side to read what we're getting back from the API. It's going to read that information and it's going to do stuff with it. I'm going to put this at the bottom of my HTML file. Why? Because the user doesn't see this, right? They don't see this. So why wouldn't I put it in the head? Why am I putting it at the bottom of the file? That's weird, right? It's a loading thing, loading speed, display. Yeah, lots of really great answers there. Yeah, so essentially why I put it at the bottom is, what if I'm trying to, display this app for someone who has, really cruddy internet. Maybe their internet goes out in the middle of the page loading. And it gets almost all the way through and it can't quite finish. Well, what I want is for the most important stuff on the page to get loaded. Maybe the scripts don't load, maybe it's not interactive, but at the very least, they will see the HTML content. So the most important stuff should load first, which is the HTML. And then the scripts are going to load last, hopefully after everything else. So essentially, it's just order of operations. Yeah, and the HTML, and essentially the HTML tags need to be loaded before you can do script things to them. So what's most important on any page is the HTML first, followed by any interactivity that's provided by the scripts. So in general, you're going to want to put your scripts at the bottom. Sometimes you might see them at the top with the defer keyword. So you might see script and then defer. And what that does is essentially the same thing. It waits until the HTML is done before it tries to do the scripts. Although most of the time I just put mine at the bottom because it makes it very clear, hey, this is loading last. Yes, it's exactly Arduku. You can add it in the head with defer if you would like. Some people prefer one over the other. This is just how I do it, but it's really up to you, as long as you are ensuring that it loads last. Yeah, as RatsQ and Dooku said, yep, you can put it in the head with the defer attribute. DJ, welcome to this stream. Good to have you here. This session is recorded. It will be available on Twitch for 60 days. And then prior to it expiring, I always move these things to my YouTube channel. So you can do !YouTube in chat to get a link to my entire archive. I think I have 3 years. Has it been 3 years? Since, well, not quite 3 years, 2.5 years worth of streams on my YouTube channel now. Um, so yeah, if you want to see 2.5 years worth of streams on my YouTube channel ad free, go ahead and go over there, check it out. Yeah, I'm gonna be and I'm gonna be moving a bunch more things over. I actually already have at least 2 more videos that I'm gonna publish here in the next few days, probably. They're private right now; you can't see them, but I just need to do some cleanup and then publish them for you. Yeah, I've been doing this for a while. It's pretty fun. All right, so that's our HTML all done. Devdi says, for this app, the front end is basically squished with the back end, right? Well, yeah, our server.js isn't separate, from the client side in this application. Sometimes they are, right? Sometimes you'll just have the client side making requests to a server that isn't here. But yeah, in this case, they're together. Yes, it's recorded right now, DJ. No worries. You can even rewind. You can even, so DJ, if you just joined right now and you want to start from the beginning, you can head over on my channel where you're at right now. Go to the videos tab, and it will actually show you the stream right now that's happening right now. You can rewind back to the beginning and start from the beginning and then catch up. Pretty cool, I think. I think that's an awesome feature that Twitch has. All right, so we're done with our HTML. That's all we got to do. That's it. Save that. Cool beans. Oh, thank you, Domasi. Welcome to the stream, and I appreciate that. Yeah, it's supposed to be, fun for beginners, pretty accessible, and yeah, I like to make things, fun and interesting for newer folks to help folks see the joy in coding, because coding is so much fun. It doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't have to be elitist. It doesn't have to be anything other than creative, right? No countries start their week on a Wednesday. Thank you for letting me know that, Devdi. I had you check that earlier. Thank you. I think you said, or you, sorry, I missed your message earlier. I think you said something like no countries start their week on a Thursday either. That's very interesting. Yes, I had DevD look in the API and see what day of the week every country starts their work week on, because I was curious about that, and so they looked into that for me. All right, the only start days are Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. Okay, yes, cool. Thank you, DevD. All right, so we've done our server.js. We've done our index.html. Now we're actually going to get into the functionality. But before we do that, let's just go ahead and see if make sure our HTML looks okay. And yes, it does. You'll notice that you don't see anything on the screen, right? Because we made all those divs, but there's nothing in them at the moment. We didn't put anything in them. All those divs are going to be populated by our script.js based on the information that we got back from the API. So if I do an inspect here, we can see that our divs are all there, right? They're all there. There's just nothing in them right now. Everything is laid out exactly the way it should be. There's just nothing populated other than our search box. So cool. I think we're good to go. We're good to start building out our scripts. Soil researcher, welcome to the stream. They say, what's an atlas? So an atlas, back in the before times, before the internet, an atlas used to be a book of maps and facts about countries. So you could open up an atlas and it would just be nothing but maps and facts about countries. So you could turn to a specific page and you could see information about a country and all the maps of all the roads. It was a big paper book. A lot of people had them in their cars. And I think my dad still has one in his car. Just gives you information about how to get around in a country. Yeah, today we're building a digital atlas. And so what this digital atlas does is essentially the same thing. It allows you to look for a country. So is Cameroon a country? I apologize for my lack of geography. It is. Cool. And so, yeah, this does the same thing. It allows you to search for a country. It gives you a link to their Google Maps. So if I open this in a new tab, it gives, essentially does the same thing as a paper atlas would have done. Copper Lily says, I have one in my car I keep forgetting about. Yeah, you never know when your phone is going to die and you're going to be lost somewhere, and maybe you need a paper map. Soul Reacher says HTML. Yeah, this is HTML right here. We're just about to transition over into some client-side JavaScript to essentially take information we're getting from an API, so country information from our API. We're pulling that into our server.js. We're wrapping that up into some JSON, and then we're sending it down to our client side here. And our script.js is what's going to take that data down from our server and turn it into something that can be displayed on the screen. Soil Researcher says, can you limit the atlas to a single region? I want to build something similar, but a Flutter web app. Yeah, here, I'll give you the API. This is the API, and feel free to look at that, and you can decide if you can configure your application to interact with it. It's a free API, so you can mess around with it as much as you want. It's not going to cost you anything. And so that's the API we're using today. Hopefully you find that useful. All right, now before we get started on our script.js, it's time for us to take another break. So I feel like this is a good place to pause. And when we come back, we're going to dive into our script.js. We're going to get all that working. We're going to get it so we can see the data on the screen. And then the last thing we're going to do is style it using Grid, CSS Grid. It's okay if you don't know Grid. We're going to talk about it. It's a really useful way to create a layout on a page. Dr. Moto says, is the work in progress being pushed to GitHub? No, not right now, because it's it's not particularly complex. Right now, we've essentially done everything in the server.js and the index.html. So if you head to the finished repo, to the exclamation point project repo, you'll find that essentially we've done everything in index.html and server.js. And then when we come back from the break, we're going to do our script.js. All right, cool. 5 minutes. When we come back, this is where the magic happens. This is where we actually start to make things show up on the screen. We get interactivity. We handle errors. We allow folks to choose from a list of countries. If multiple results are returned, like if I type Korea, I'm going to get North Korea and South Korea. We got to handle that. We got to allow the user to select which one they want, that kind of thing. This is where we really get the interactivity into our application. Yu says, do you more like server-side rendering or client-side rendering? It depends on what you're trying to do, right? I won't say that I like one more than the other. It just depends on what your application needs in order to work, right? What is your application trying to do? What are its goals? How complex is it? All those things are going to determine whether you do more stuff on the server side or the client side. Alrighty, I'll see y'all back here in 5 minutes. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. Get up and stretch if you haven't already. Get yourself a glass of water, use the restroom, pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. I'm currently hoping that my tea kettle boils in the next 42 seconds because I'm trying to make a fresh cup of tea, but it's a race against the clock at this point. Okay, folks, give me another couple seconds. My kettle is almost done boiling and I just need to pour the water. So give me another few seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Good to see you all again. Thanks for giving me another couple seconds there. Um, I've said it before, I will say it again. I really envy Europeans with their higher voltage outlets because that means that your kettles boil water faster. When I went over to the UK last time, it was like their kettles were like jet engines. They just boiled water so fast. I was so jealous. Over here in the United States, most of our outlets are 120 volt, so our kettles just aren't nearly as powerful as you all's. Also, your plugs are much better over in Europe and UK, and yeah, we have wimpy plugs over here in the US, like power plugs. Yeah. Imagine not hooking your kettle up to your 240 main. Yeah. Just so wimpy, right? Oh, Nats, you found the error. Great. You changed to HTTP instead of HTTPS and then URL and it worked. Good job. Way to go. Yes, man, y'all are killing it with the troubleshooting today. I think everybody is like solving their challenges as they come. So good job, guys. Y'all jet kettles. Hey, Fuel, good to see you. We're just getting started on some client side JavaScript. Alrighty. So, uh, what do I want to do? What do I want to accomplish with my client side JavaScript? Well, I basically want to make my app interactive. Because right now, if I look at what I have, close the console there. If I look at what I have in my existing version of the app, I can enter stuff, right? I can enter a country name here. I could say, I don't know, America. America, land of the free, home of the Eagles. And I could click search, but that's not going to do anything, right? Because my search button isn't hooked up to anything at all. So, probably the first thing that I want to do in order to make my app interactive is I want to make my search button do something, right? So, how do I do that? How can I make my search button, when I click it, do something? Kavi says, is there a way to specify between HTTP and HTTPS, or is that dependent on the hosting? So when you're working with localhost, see if I can get it to show up. I hate that Chrome doesn't show it by default. When you're working with localhost, in general, you're going to be doing HTTP. Wait, Eagles. So by default, when you're working with localhost, I think you're always going to be working with HTTP. Now, when something is actually hosted, like on a particular platform like Netlify or something, that's when you're going to get into HTTPS. hypertext transfer protocol secure. Yeah, but by default, your localhost connection is always going to be unsecure, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Mike, exactly. So how do we make our search button do something? We add an event listener. So we need our search button to be essentially listening for clicks, and then once it gets clicked on, then it's going to trigger a function. It's going to essentially trigger us to go hit the server, get information back from the API, and display it. Yeah. All right. So how I can do that is I can say document dot get element by ID. And since I gave my search button a specific ID, I can simply target it by saying find the element with the ID of search button. Because if we look at my HTML, my button has an ID of search button. So there we go. And then I want to add an event listener. And that does exactly what it says on the tin. It listens for a particular event. Now, what event do I want to listen to? Well, with a button, I probably want to listen for someone to click on it. But there's all sorts of other events you can listen for. So if I just look at this list that it gives me, look at all these things. Look at all these things that you could potentially listen for, right? You could listen for scrolling, you could listen for selecting, you could listen for touch, all sorts of things, waiting, volume change, tons of stuff that you can trigger just by adding an event listener. However, ours is going to be the simplest and most common, which is just a click. Hey, Diffused, good to see you. Pinnock says, "Wait, eagles? Yeah. Well, the bird of the United States is the bald eagle. The bird of our country is the bald eagle. Not the most impressive eagle in the world. There's plenty more that are more impressive, but bald eagles are pretty cool, I think. We have them. They live near my parents' house. There's a bunch of them that live near a lake, which is cool. It's nice to see them, around. All right, so we're going to listen for a click, and then when that click happens, we can trigger something else, right? We want to say, all right, when the click happens, do this. And so in order to do that, we say, all right, when there's a click, then trigger a function. So the first thing I want to do is that when there is a click on that button, I'm going to assume that the user has typed something into the input box and they're wanting to search for that thing. So the first thing I want to do is I want to grab whatever's in that input box and store it in a variable, because I'm going to pass that information into a function to send it to the API. Okay? So I'm going to say const country name, and I want to go into that input box and grab what they've typed. Oh no, no. I thought you thought I meant the football team. Yeah, there's an American football team here in the US called the Eagles. Exactly. Yeah. All right. So country name. And once again, I can just do document dot get element by ID. And this time I'm going to look for my input box, which is called country input. And in order to get what's in that box, it's very easy. I can just say fetch the value. And what that's going to do is it's going to retrieve whatever they typed. And so we can test this by just saying, all right, console log country name. All right, I'm going to save that. And we're just going to test this. So I can just reload my application over here. And I'm going to say America again. And I'm going to search. Now we can see nothing showed up in my console here. But what I expect is that if I go to my console here, there we go. There's America. And if I search for something else, I can say, Sudan. There we go. So that shows that that's working. My event listener is working. I'm capturing whatever they typed. Perfect. All right. Next, I can get rid of this console log. Well, I'll just comment it down. Now, instead of just console logging the result of that variable, I actually want to pass it into a function so I can go up to the API. So I'm going to call that function fetch country data. And I'm going to pass in country name. And we haven't built this function yet, but that's the very next thing we're going to do. Fetch country data, passing in country name. There we go. And this is the function that's going to go talk to the API. Now, quick pop quiz here. So when I'm declaring a function and I specify the things that are going to go into that function, what are these things called? Now, there could be, additional things, whatever, that I pass in. When I'm declaring a function or defining a function, what are these things called inside the parentheses? Yeah, they're called parameters, right? This defines the types of things that the function is able to accept, or how many things the function is able to accept. Now, when I actually invoke that function, so when I call it and tell it to run, and I pass in something there, what's that called? Yeah, this is an argument. When I actually invoke the function, try to run that function, or call it, this is called an argument. When it's defined, it's called a parameter. So that's just important to remember that those two things are technically different. Here, they have the same name, right? I've called them both country name, but this could be called, whatever the heck I want. And as long as I'm passing in one thing here and it's accepting one thing here and it knows, and I put code in here to handle the type of thing that this is, whether it's a string or a number or whatever, it's still going to work. So just remember the distinction between parameters and arguments, and that they are technically two different things. But for simplicity's sake, we're going to give them the same name to keep things simple. Okay, now inside of fetch country data, essentially what I want to do is hit our server.js with that URL that we tested earlier. You remember there was a URL that we tried earlier to see if it could go to the API, get the data, and bring it back? Now we're going to automate that by having this function send that URL with the country name that they typed in. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. I am going to add a try catch block like we did before, because what a try catch block lets us do, same thing that we did in our server side, what a try catch block lets us do is try something, and then if there's a problem, we literally catch the error so that our application doesn't crash. It's kind of like if you are, it's kind of like playing like the floor is lava. If you've ever played that game, you're trying to, jump around and stay off the floor. Well, you're trying to jump around. And then if you're going to fall, you definitely want someone to catch you so you don't fall into the lava, right? So that's all try catch is for. Whenever you're hitting anything external, like a server, API, whatever, if you can wrap it in a try catch block, you're probably going to be better off. And then you'll notice that I also made this function asynchronous as well. Because again, just like with our server, just like with hitting the API in our server, if the API takes 10 seconds to respond and send data back to our server.js, then our client side application is going to have to wait, 10 seconds to get information from the server. So again, we want to make sure that this is asynchronous so that our application doesn't load without the data it needs in order to work. So same principle. Oh, and thank you for the follows as well. Pinot Gamer, DJ Smacker, and Metaforte. I appreciate that. Thank you for the follows, all three of you. Good to have you here. All right, so now I'm going to say const response equals await fetch, and this is going to be fetching data from our server. So what I want to send to that server is essentially the same URL that we tried before. Search and then I'll talk about what these symbols mean, but search country equals, and then whatever country name we retrieved from the input box. So the user typed something in the input box. We've stored it in this variable called country name. Then we pass it into this function. Now the function can read it and put it into the URL. So once again, I'm going to use a template literal here. So I need the right kind of tick marks. Just like we did in our server. Template literal. In order to pass this variable directly into the URL as a string. Okay, so if we were to look at the URL in, the console or whatever, and I typed in, Sudan, right? This URL would say localhost 3000 / search country, Sudan. Okay. And then const data. Whoops. Response dot JSON. Now this actually may be overkill because I think we're already doing that on the server side, but either way, it's going to work. So we're getting the fetch, we're getting the data back, we're making sure it's in a format we understand, and then we should be able to console log this and see it in the console on the client side. So if I say console log data, this will tell us whether our client side application is getting data back from our server. And we'll just quickly fill out our catch block here. And I'm going to paste this in. You can feel free to paste it in from the repo as well. First thing I'm going to do is just console log. If we get an error, I want to console log it. And then the second thing I'm going to do is, remember that inside of our HTML, do you remember that we made a little paragraph block here with an ID of message? And I said that was going to be for when we wanted to display error messages. So if we get an error back from our server, I want to show that to the user. But I want to give them text that makes sense to them as a human rather than some generic, error from the API, right? So I'm going to say no result found. Please check your spelling and try again. This tool is built to search for the names of countries in English only. And so if I want to show that inside of the message box, I need to make sure that this function knows what I mean by that message box. So I'm going to say const message element equals document dot get element by ID, and I'm going to attach it to that little paragraph tag that we created earlier. Okay. We'll save. All right, so this should work. And what I'm going to do is essentially the same thing I did before. I'm going to, well, actually, no, I can use my search box now, right? I should be able to type in the search box. It'll trigger this function to run. It's going to hit the API using that URL. We're going to get a response, and theoretically, it should console log the data. So let's try it. What country should I search for? What should we test with? Ooh, Djibouti. Okay. I like Djibouti. It's fun to say. All right, let's search for Djibouti. And theoretically, we should see something show up in the console here. Now you're going to make me spell it. DJI. Okay. Oh, I forgot to say. So one thing to be aware of is that you're also going to have to probably restart your server. So I'm going to restart my server. I'm going to reload the page. There we go. Yes, I got to save and refresh. Yeah, I always forget to do that. So I've refreshed the page. Now let's try again. Okay, so we got HTTP error 404. Okay. Did I spell that wrong? Oh, I did. I spelled the country name wrong. It didn't, but it also didn't display my message here. I was expecting it to do that. So we'll try again. Hey, there we go. Look what we got. We got content. Now you might say, well, this doesn't look like anything, but just click on the little doohickey there, the little down arrow, and expand. And there you go. That's all your information. So it returned what we expected. And it's also returning it. This is important. It's returning it to the client. So instead of just being on the server, it's passed that information to our front end. So that means we can actually start putting it in, the display area of our application. So all of our connections are working. We're delivering information to the front end. And now let's see what happens if I search for something like Korea, because there's two Koreas, right? Two countries with the name Korea. So we'll search for that. Let's see what we get. Oh, I should clear the console. Well, either way, I can see it here. So now notice how this is different. When I search for Korea, what do I get? I get two objects back. So one of them is going to be North Korea, and the other one is going to be South Korea, right? So at some point, I'm also going to need to be able to handle that. When I get more than one result, I want the user to be able to choose between the two. But either way, we are getting data back. It looks the way we expect. My error message isn't displaying the way I expected, but that's less important than actually getting the data. So we can troubleshoot that as we go. For now, I think we're cooking. All right, I'm going to take a quick hydrate break here. Feel free to ask questions if you have them. I'm also going to turn on another light. There we go. As it gets dark, I got to adjust my lighting in the room. Okay, there we go. All right, so what's next? Well, right now we're just console logging this data, right? We actually want to put it inside the elements where it belongs. So how do we do that? Save and refresh. Yeah. If something isn't working, if you've made a change to, especially like to your HTML or, to really anything, the two things you should try to do are, number one, reload the page, because a lot of times HTML changes aren't going to take effect until you reload. Also, stop your server using Control C and then restart it. A quick way to do that is just by hitting Control C to stop it. If you look down in my terminal down here at the bottom, now it's stopped. If I want to quickly restart it, I can hit the up arrow on my keyboard, and that will show the last command that I ran. And then I can just hit enter. So you don't have to type npm start or node server.js every single time. And now it's running again. So when in doubt, restart your server and reload the page. That usually works. All right. Dr. Moda says, is not NodeMon? No, we're not using NodeMon today. And actually, I've kind of stopped using NodeMon because what I found is that folks forget how to work without NodeMon. And then you go into a job interview and you're doing a live coding exercise or something like that, and you aren't allowed to use NodeMon, and you make a change and you start freaking out because you're like, I don't see my change, it's not working, and you get all frazzled because you forget about the basics, like reloading the page or restarting the server or things like that. And so it's one of those things. It definitely helps, but I don't really use it very much anymore, just for that particular reason. But of course, you're welcome to use it. There's nothing wrong with NodeMon. But it could, bite you in the butt in a job interview potentially. All right, so we've got our content. Now, let's start kind of handling our data a little bit better. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a little space, and inside of my try block, I can get rid of this console log because we know that it's working the way we expect. And then under here, I'm going to say, all right, if our data, if we only get one country back from the results, right? We only get one country. That's good to go. We can go ahead and display the data. If we get more than one, like I mentioned, we want to be able to show the user a list of countries to choose from and then only show the one they click on. So I can show you what that looks like on the finished version right here. So if I search for, I think somebody mentioned Sudan earlier, I can search for that. Now, when there's more than one result, I want to show this. Multiple results returned. Please choose one of the countries below. So we can say Sudan or South Sudan. So if I choose that, then I get that result. Whichever one I click on is the one I want to see. Okay? Dooku says for refresh in Chrome, use Control-Shift-R because it might cache the page. I bet that's what happened earlier when this thing hung up, and I bet it was cached and it just wouldn't render right. So that's a good point. Should have done that. All right, so when we first retrieve the data, depending on the response that we get, whether it has one item or more than one item, we want to trigger two different functions. So if it has one item, we want to trigger the just display function, which is going to just show the information. Number two, we want to trigger the selector function, which is going to show the user a list of things to choose from. All right, so how do we know that? How can I look at an object and know how many, essentially how many key value pairs it contains? How can I, this is a basic JavaScript question. If I want to look at an object, how can I know how many key value pairs it contains? Yeah, we can use one of the built-in properties of objects, which is length. Exactly. Yeah. So we can say if data, which is it's an object, right? Data is our object. We can say data dot length is equal to 1. So if data dot length is 1, then we're going to have a function called display country info, and that's what's going to actually populate things. So we'll make that function in a minute, but display country info, and we're going to pass in the first item in the object. So that's going to be item 0, which is the first one. And we're going to have one more argument there, but we'll get to that in a second. So essentially, if there's one item in the result we get back from the API, then go into that object, grab everything inside of the first result, and pass that into display country info. Nat says, why the triple equals? I'll let chat answer that. Why do we use multiple equal signs? Yeah, it's a specific type of comparison. So in JavaScript, a single equals is assignment, right? So here I would be saying set data.length equal to 1, which we wouldn't be doing ever. But if I had two equal signs, then that would say, all right, if data.length is equal to 1, or potentially data.length equal to a string or whatever. It's agnostic of type. When we use 3 equals, we say, all right, data.length must be strictly equal to 1 in both value and type. Yeah. So, I mean, in this case, we could probably get away just fine with this. But if we want to be strict, then we should use 3. Yeah. That's a kind of a, JavaScript is weird, right? That's one of the things that, since JavaScript is not strictly typed, there needs to be a way to do strict type comparison. And so that's the way they do it. Okay, now into display country info, I'm passing the raw data as an object. And I also want to pass in exactly where that data is going to be displayed. So inside of our HTML, if I want to, display the country facts, I'm going to put them inside of my element called results container. Actually, no, sorry, it's the one with the ID of results. I want to put them in here. I want to put them in this specific div to display those facts right here. Victor Mora, thank you so much for the follow. Metaforte, thank you for the follow. I can't remember if I thanked you already, but I'll thank you again. So thank you both for the follows. Good to have you here. All right, so in my script.js, I'm going to do another get element by ID. And I'm going to call that results element. And I want that to be attached to that div with an ID of results. So I'm going to pass that into my country info so it knows exactly where to put all of that data about the country. Now, if I get more than one result back from the API, I want to do something else. I want to display a list, right? So if my data length is not 1, Mohammed says, do you stream every day? No, I wish, but I have a day job, unfortunately. So right now I only stream once a week. You can see my schedule on my Twitch channel. So just on my Twitch channel homepage, there's a tab called schedule, and you can look there. Right now I stream roughly every Sunday, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern time. At some point here fairly soon, I hope to go to twice a week versus just once a week right now. But I will update my Twitch schedule when that happens, when I go to twice a week. All right, so if we get more than one country back, what I want to do there is call a different function, and we're going to call that display country list. And once again, I'm going to pass in the first item, and I realize I did this one differently, but it should work either way. So again, we're just going to pass in all the data and where we want that data to go, which is in the same place, result element. Actually, I'm going to call this results element instead. Just going to quickly rename that. Okay, so results element, results element, results element. Yeah, once a week is kind of low, but it's really all I have time for, especially given the time it takes to, create projects like this. That's mostly why I don't stream more often, because it does take quite a lot of prep. I usually spend part of my Saturday prepping for these streams, just to make sure it's an interesting project for you guys. Yeah, and so, some people do whatever they want, and a lot of those, folks, they'll just sit down and code on stream, and that's awesome. I try to make my streams, educational, because I'm aiming for a specific audience. But hey, there's nothing wrong with just sitting down and coding with with your friends on stream. A lot of great folks do that. All right, so if data length is 1, we want to display the country info directly. If it's not, then we want to give them a list to choose from. And we already put in our catch block with our error. All right, and that's all we're going to do for now. We're going to add a little bit more to this later, but I think that's all we're going to do for now. Hey, Happy Pixel. So now that we've called these functions, of course, we have to define them in order for them to work, right? So let's go ahead and set up our display country info function. Yeah, I ask questions too. Yep, that's why I do that. Because yeah, it should be, it's got to be interactive a little bit, right? You can go to a lot of channels and just sit and watch somebody code, which is great. A lot of them have great vibes, but I'm going to ask, I want you all to work a little bit. If I'm going to be up here working, I want you all to work your brain. All right, so display country info, and into that we're passing in 2 parameters, right? We've got 2 parameters because here we've got 2 arguments of the things we're passing in. So our function, when we define it, has to have 2 parameters. One of them is going to be country data, and the other one is going to be the container we're going to put it in. Thanks, Mohammed. All right, so real quick, let's just pause. Um, this is kind of what I was talking about before, right? We talked about the difference between parameters and arguments. When I define the function, these are the parameters. When I call the function, these are the arguments. So a lot of people have a misconception that parameters and arguments have to have the same name, right? People think, oh, well, if I don't call it country data here and here, the same, give them the same name, it's not going to know, what they are, and it's not going to work. Well, it is going to work because parameters are really basically like local variables. As soon as I pass this value into this function, it will be stored in country data. All right. Thank you for the follow, August. Good to have you here. Your city is Buenos Aires. Your country is Argentina. Well, we can search for Argentina. There we go. There's Argentina. And there's the capital, Buenos Aires. It works. All right, but yeah, so your parameters and your arguments do not have to have the same name, as long as you have the same number of parameters and arguments when you define the function versus when you call it, and that the type of data you're passing in as arguments is being handled correctly inside the function, right? You're not trying to pass in a number and then handle it as a string or something like that. So as long as those two things line up, then you're fine. So what do we want to do here in display country info? Well, we want to take the data that's in this object, and we want to take the data that's in this object and we want to assign it to the HTML elements that we created earlier, right? We have all these divs that we created to hold the data. And here is where we actually generate them and put the data in there. All right. So first off, what I want to do is, let's see, I'm deciding where to start here. This one's a little more complicated, so I just want to make sure I'm starting in the right place. Yeah, all right, let's do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially build out this list right here. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build out this list right here. I want to create all this text. I want to assign each list item the appropriate value from our object. So how I can do that is I can say container dot inner HTML. And what this is going to do is going to allow me to generate HTML tags and put them inside of that div, as many as I need. Now, there's various ways to do this, but this is just one of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the tick marks so I can use template literals. And then I'm going to create some HTML. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div for the country name. And inside of that div, I'm going to put a template literal for the name of the country. Now, if we're not sure which one to use, we can go back to our API output that we looked at before. And let me get this. There we go. I think if I reload this, it might go. Or hit enter. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I will do that in just a second. Here, we'll do this. Control A, delete. There we go. All right. So the name I want to display at the top of the box is the common name. So if I wanted to go into my object, which remember, it's stored in a variable called country data, okay? So the information is stored in country data, and I want to retrieve this specific value, okay? How would I do that? Notice that it's nested inside of this name property. Oh, we got a hydrate and a posture check. Okay. Hydrate first. Thank you for that. I needed that. And posture check. I think with this new mic stand, I'm going to be less hunched over like a gremlin. So hopefully my posture will be better. Yeah. We can use dot notation, right? We can go into the object and we can use dot notation to target this specific value right here. Hey, Grizz, good to see you. Hey, DJ. Hola. Welcome to the stream. You're new? That's great. Good to have you here. We always love new people. And thank you for the follow as well. And thank you, thank you, August, for the follow too. I think I already thanked you, but that's okay. So we can use dot notation to go into that object and say country data dot name, which goes into the name object. And then the specific property that we want is the common name. Okay. DevD says, do you still do your stream standing up? Yep, I'm standing up right now. That's the best way to do it, especially when these streams go for 3 or 4 hours. That's really, I can't stay sitting down for that long. It's not good for you. So I do it standing up. So let's just test this. Let's see if it works. Yeah, you can ask Grizz. It's all good. Oh, and posture check too. Yeah. Okay. Hey, yada yada. Good to see you. So let's try this and see if it works. Oh, did I miss something? Don't forget closing question mark after your. Oh, yes. Thank you for that. Yes. Quote mark, you mean? Yeah, I forgot the closing quote. Thank you. Yep, that would have thrown me off. All right. Yeah, it's better for your body, definitely. Just don't lock your knees. Just move around. You'll be fine. Okay. Let's reload this, and I will search for. Let's see, where were they from? I was going to search for Argentina. Let's look for Argentina. Argentina. Okay, didn't work. Oh, wait, no, there it is. It took a minute. You can see the API took a minute to respond, but it did. There's our information. Cool. Obviously, there's no styling or anything, but this tells us that we're on the right track and we can keep doing exactly what we're doing here. Okay, so Argentina worked. So let's add some more stuff now. I'm going to copy this first div, and we're going to create another one. Mr. Carson says, I don't think I've ever seen someone put a whole div in backticks. Yeah, so there's different ways you could do this. You could put all the divs in your HTML and just keep them hidden until you're ready to populate them. This is kind of a brute force way to do this, but essentially the parallel I'm trying to draw here is kind of like how you would do it with React, right? With React, you would kind of dynamically generate all this stuff on the fly. Obviously, doing it with plain HTML is much more manual, but you can. Not saying you always should, but you can. And so that's what we're doing here. Oh, Grizz, if you need to see the script file, just do !project. Go do !project. That will give you a link to the GitHub repo, and you can click on the script file there, and you can look at it as much as you want. Yeah, it's not EJS. I didn't feel like dealing with EJS, so we're gonna cheese it a little bit here. We're gonna write some bad code, but the important thing is, even if you're writing bad code, if it works in the end, is it bad code? Maybe not. You can always refactor it later. The most important thing is just get it working, right? Oh, happy pixel. That's so sweet. Thank you. So next, we're going to do below the common name. I want to do the official name of the country. So what I was amazed to see was how many countries have a different official name than their common name. So I'm trying to think about, Mexico was a good one. I didn't know this, but we'll look at Mexico in a second. We'll test with Mexico. So this one is going to be country.name.official. All right. Country name, official name. Okay. Save that. Reload. We'll say Mexico. Yeah, it's actually the United Mexican States. Yeah. So, United States of America, United Mexican States, pretty similar actually. So the official name, I guess on official documents, is the United Mexican States, which I think is pretty cool. Not even Spanish. Well, this API actually does have translations of most of these names, so it's translated to English for this, for these purposes. But it has the native translation as well, of pretty much in multiple languages of pretty much every name in here. So if you look at the API, if that's something you wanted to do, if you wanted to build this tool in your native language, you probably could. So the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to put the capital. Um, And for this one, I'm actually going to do paragraphs instead. So we'll do p tags here. Oops, p. I'm going to copy and paste these a few times. Actually, we'll do this first. So for these particular paragraph tags, I'm also going to give them strong formatting. Don't come at me. I know this is bad styling, but I'm bad at styling. So there you go. We'll copy and paste this a few times. Okay. So capital is going to be formatted in strong. And then the capital is just going to be displayed in regular text. Oh, Grizz says, no, I meant, can you go through what is happening in the project, like a quick overview? Oh, okay. So what we're doing here is we are building a digital atlas, which allows you to type in the name of a country, and then it returns a bunch of facts about the country, as well as a picture of the coat of arms and the flag. So if we look at the finished version, you can see here for Argentina, it's got a bunch of facts about it. And we're working on this section right now, which fills in the text facts, and then we're also going to have two more boxes, one with the flag, one with the coat of arms. Yeah, so it gives you like a Google Maps link and stuff like that. So digital atlas. We're learning while we're learning. Never knew that fact. Awesome. You gotta love it. So capital, we're gonna have the region, population, languages, currency, and then the next one is the demonym, which was a new vocab word for me. Did anybody know that word? Demonym? I did not know that word before I started working on this project. Oh, you did, Copper Lily. Nice. I did not. That's awesome. And then whether or not they're independent, whether they're a UN member, one more, and then their Google Maps link. So essentially what this means is, and I'll break this down a little bit because I like words. I like words a lot. And so the reason this word is pronounced demonym, but it doesn't have anything to do with demons or anything like that. It's essentially, we've got two parts to the word. Nym, meaning like name, and then demo. So it's probably demonym rather than demonym. Demo, like demographic. Exactly. Yeah. I assume that's how it's actually pronounced demonym. Yeah. Same root as democracy. Exactly. So it's like, essentially, I think this would probably translate to name of the people. Demo meaning people or population, nym meaning name. So name of the people. And so what that means is, like, for example, if someone's from North America or from the United States of America exclusively, we would call them Americans, right? We wouldn't call them United Statesians or Statesians or whatever. We call them Americans. And so that's the demonym of United States citizens. Merkins, exactly. Or Merkins if you wanna, be American about it. So yeah, that's the root of this word is, yep, Merkins, exactly. Demonym. All right, so let's populate this. People from Cambridge are called Cantabrigians. Ooh, I like that. That's great. I love weird names. You know, like people from the state of Indiana here in the United States, the people from the state of Indiana are called Hoosiers, and nobody knows why. Like that's what you call when someone's from Indiana, you call them a Hoosier. And like nobody, there's theories, but nobody knows why. I actually didn't take poli sci. We didn't have that. Who's your daddy? I would get mad if somebody called me that. I mean, that's just the name. That's what they're called. All right, so capital. I could talk about words all day, but we got to keep going. So, all right, so the capital. This one's going to be slightly different because potentially, let's look at the object. Let's look at the object we're getting back from the API here. So if I go down, looking at this, looking at specifically the capital property here, what do we notice about this? What do we notice about capital? Just this one. Yeah, I love etymology too, Copper Lily. I told my dad that and he thought I was talking about bugs because entomology for bugs. Yeah, it's an array, right? And what do we know about arrays? They can have more than one value potentially, right? I don't know. I haven't found anything in here yet that has more than one capital, but it could be possible, right? So we want to make sure that our display is configured to, if there's more than one capital, then it should show that, right? It should list all potential capitals. Yeah, it's a toaster, exactly. So let's set that up to handle that. All right. So essentially, we can say if there is a capital, and it could be possible that there's maybe not one, right? Country data dot capital. If country data dot capital exists, then take all the items in the array and what? What do we do? I want to essentially list them out with commas between them. How would I do that? It's an array, right? So we're going to want to use an array. What do we want to, what are we, how can we do that easily? How can we take an array, take all the elements and put them together with commas between them? We don't even need to do a map. We don't need to get that. We don't need to get that complicated with it. Think about array methods 101, my friends. Join, baby. Yes. It's an array. We can just join it. Yeah. So we can just say capital dot join. And then we're going to join them together with commas. Now, potentially this could put a comma after the last item in the array. Yeah, and we don't need to, exactly, that's right. We don't, some people were thinking maybe split first and then join because you've done a lot of code wars, but this isn't a string, it's an array. So it's already split. All the elements are already separate. So we can just go through and join them together with commas. Now, yeah, potentially this could put, well, actually, no, this isn't going to put a comma at the end because it's only going to put them between the elements. So we're fine. It's all good. Cool. All right. And I think I'm missing oh yeah, I'm missing the conclusion of my ternary operator here. So if there is no data about the capital, we can say not available. But again, I haven't seen any that has nothing for the capital, but I was thinking that could be possible given some, international upheavals and things like that. So what this is doing is it's essentially saying if there is a capital, if there's a value in this array, at least one capital, then join them together with commas. Otherwise, just say not available. What is this called that I'm doing here with the question mark and the colon? What is this called? It's a ternary, exactly. No worries, Mike. Did your cat step on your keyboard? Yeah, it's a ternary operator. So it's essentially a single line if else statement, right? So it's a way to condense an if else statement down into a single line. They're very useful, but you should only use them in cases like, in my opinion, in cases where you really need it to be a single line. Like in this case, where we're trying to, populate an HTML tag, it's pretty effective for this. All right, so cool. There's capital. Next one is going to be pretty straightforward. We're just going to have region, so I can just say country data dot region. Yes, so technically it is an expression, correct, but it's essentially doing the same thing, right? It's saying, all right, check if this condition is true, then do this thing, the thing in front of the colon, else do the other thing. Yes, but they are two different types of statements. You're right. What if I make my own country and I call the capital not available? You might have incorrect data. Will you though? Will you? Because what is this doing? It's just checking to see if there is a value in that array, right? It doesn't care what the value is. It could be not available. That's fine. Yeah, sure. But it will still populate it. So it doesn't care whether this is, not available or I don't know, Buenos Aires, whatever. So if the capital of your country is not available, then it'll show up as not available. That's correct. Yeah, it would always be the correct capital name if it exists. Yeah. All right, so country data region is the next one. And then next up is population. Now, this one's a little bit interesting. Hey, so forming a country without recognition from other countries has not stopped people from trying. There have been several times throughout history, and still now, that like there's a guy that tried to form a country on top of an old oil platform, like an old oil drilling platform in the sea. They called it Sealandia. I think you can Google it if you're interested. Yeah, like was legit like, hey, I've made a country and it's called Sealandia, I think. Yeah, there have been several. Just like people, like individual people being like, all right, I've made a country now. Everybody respect that, and nobody ever does. So for population, let's we can retrieve it like this. So country data.population will retrieve that object, but let's look at our API again and see what that actually looks like in the raw data. Population. Okay, so if we look at population here in the raw data, it's not formatted, right? And I don't know about you, but I have a hard time reading numbers that don't have commas in them. Or potentially, if you're elsewhere in the world, you might use, dots instead, right? You're either going to format it with commas for very large numbers or dots, depending on where you are in the world. I'm an American, so we use commas, but you might use dots. And so you might say, well, hey, I want my version of this app to use dots instead of commas. Well, fortunately, that's actually pretty easy to do. Does anybody know? It's okay if you don't. This is kind of a little bit of a esoteric question, but does anybody know how we can grab this population value and format it correctly, basically with whatever notation you're supposed to be using, commas or dots or whatever? We could do regex, sure. Yeah, that's a valid answer. Let's do this. Commas are superior. What about this? Country data.population. Yeah, to locale string. Let's see what that does. I saved it. Reload. We'll do Mexico again. Hey, check it out. it gives me commas. It formatted it automatically correctly based on my locale. So I'm in the US, so it used commas. Yeah. So to locale string can be useful for stuff like that. It could vary by location or whatever. And so, yeah, commas are correct for me. And we can also see that our other fields are populating correctly too. So I want to finish filling these out. I want to finish with this, getting this stuff in place, and then we'll take another break. But I think we're doing good so far. Yeah, that's cool. I know. I think that's cool too. You get common second errors. All right, so next is languages. Now, languages again could have multiple, potentially could have multiple values. So we already saw that potentially you could have multiple values coming back, you know, for capitals, right? It's in an array. You can get multiple values. Languages are essentially the same thing. And actually, I think languages, I need to double check this. Let's look at the results again. Languages. Yeah, so languages is different, right? Look at this. Languages isn't an array, it's an object. So they've thrown us a little bit of a curveball here, right? They've thrown us a curveball. They could have just, I wish they would have just given us an array, but instead they gave us an object. So we're going to need to go into this object instead and pull out all the languages there are and then join them together with commas, just like we did for capitals. Yeah, we can look at Moldova, and we will, for my next test, we'll do Moldova. So we can't do this one exactly the same way that we did the capitals. Does anybody know how we can pull out all the individual values from that object, that language object? And then we can use join on it. That will work. But does anybody know how we can pull out the individual object, the individual values from that object? Yeah, exactly. We can use object dot values. And so in order to make it a little cleaner, I did that in a variable up top here. So I did const languages, oops, lower L. Say, all right, object dot values country data dot languages. And then once I pull out those individual values, I can join them together with commas, just like we did for the capitals. Now, why did I have to handle this differently? Well, because in an object, you have key value pairs. So objects are different than arrays, right? And that an array is just a list of individual items. But an object has a key and then a value associated with that key. So we don't want the keys. We specifically only want the values and join those together. So now that I've done that, I'm storing it in this variable here, and I can just drop it into here. All right, let's see if that worked. Yeah, and you can do destructuring and things too if you wanted. Yeah, the cool thing about objects and arrays is that there's a ton of different ways to approach it, right? You can slice and dice them so many different ways depending on what you need for your application, right? All right, so let's look for Moldova. Okay, so I'm only seeing Romanian there. That doesn't mean this is correct, right? This is just an API. It could be wrong. But let's see. I think I've seen others with more than one. I want to get one with more than one language. We can double check that this is correct in the API. Oh yeah, India should have, yeah, India has two. We saw that already. Yep. Okay. Might have a little error there, but that's all right. That's very clearly the correct spelling of India, right? At least we know my error message works. All right, we'll reload it again. Okay, why doesn't it like this? Do we have any errors in the console? Oh, yes, you're right. If there's more than one country returned, yeah, if there's more than one match, we don't have that functionality built out yet. So it goes straight to the error message. Yeah, so oh no, where did India go? India's gone. No. It's just because there was more than one result and we haven't built that functionality yet. So let's do this. I want to see exactly, I want to be able to search for India exactly. Not that, that's a different one. Yeah, so there's multiple matches here. We can see there's a British Indian Ocean territory, but I want to look for specifically India. Ah, here we go. Republic of India. There we go. If I search for that, theoretically, there we go. Yay. Okay, cool. So yes, it's listing out. It shows 3 languages here. I know there's more than that, but these are the only 3 that the API has. Big brain, yeah. So it does, but it does work. It's going into that object. It's pulling out all 3, and it's listing the values only from that object. Cool. Okay, so languages is working. And then next we have currency. So currency, I think, is going to be similar. Yeah, okay. So currency is another interesting one. Let's look at that in the API. So specifically for currency, I like this API because it has a lot of different formats for all of the potential attributes, and so you have to kind of stretch your brain a little bit and remember your basic object methods and array methods in order to actually extract this information. Yeah, so look at currencies here. What do we have? Currencies has a sub object which could potentially have any number of names, right? Not everybody uses the euro. The US uses dollars and that kind of thing. So we have object currencies with a sub object that could have any name, any potential name. It could be called anything. So we can't reference it directly, right? Because we don't know the name. And then inside of there, we actually get the name of the currency and its symbol. So two key value pairs in here. So what we're going to have to do is go into this currencies object, get whatever the flip this value is, and then search inside of it to get the name and the symbol. Copper Lily says breaking down this data is really helpful. Yeah, I whenever I'm working with a new API, I always just do this. I just look at the raw output and I just think about, okay, how am I going to retrieve this stuff, right? Because if you just try to go in and try to grab it just with dot notation for everything, it's probably not going to work most of the time because you're going to run into weird stuff like this, which isn't formatted the way you expect. So let's look at this. So first thing, obviously, I'm going to need to do is say country data.currencies, right? And then I'm going to need to retrieve whatever this value is and then look inside of it for the name and the symbol. Okay, let's do that. So once again, I'm going to do that up here and put it in a variable just so it's not so cluttered. So for currency, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get the value of that parent object that contains both the name of the currency and its symbol. So I need to get that first because I don't know what that is. I need to retrieve that first and then reference it so I can look inside of it. So first, currency code. And how can I retrieve that? So this, hopefully you can see that in front of the chat. if I'm looking at an object, what would I call this specific thing inside of an object? It's to the left. If I'm looking at an object, it's the thing to the left of the colon, right? Previously, we retrieved values, the thing to the right of the colon, but what is this? Yeah, it's a key, right? So instead of object.values, I can say object.keys. Exactly. I'm going to retrieve that currencies. There we go. And I'm only going to retrieve the first one. Some countries might have more than one currency, but I'm just going to grab the first one. I think that's maybe less important than stuff like languages or whatever, but you could do this, you could, grab them all if you wanted. I just grabbed the first one by specifying specifically go into this object, country data.currencies, and retrieve whatever the first key value is. So in the case of Germany here, it would be this EUR. And then now that I have that stored in a variable, I can say currency equals country data dot currencies and then whatever that code is. Okay, so now I'm inside of this specific object. I have this data stored in this variable. Const. There we go. Now, finally, I can go into that currency object and retrieve both the name and the symbol. So const currency name equals currency dot name. And then currency symbol equals currency dot symbol. Okay, so what exactly did we do there? Because that was kind of a lot, right? First thing we did is we said, all right, find this currencies object right here. So go into country data.currencies and grab the first one. All right, so country data.currencies, what's the first thing inside of it? EUR, right here. Store that in this variable called currency code. And then we want to get the contents of this object. So country data.currencies, whatever's inside of this EUR object, we're going to store inside of our variable called currency. And then from inside of this variable called currency, which is an object, I can go in and retrieve the name and symbol and store them in separate variables. Okay, I know that was a lot, right? You're like, what the heck happened there? But it might make it easier if you wanted to console log each of these. So you could run it and console log each of these values to see what's inside of them. And that should make it clearer what exactly we're doing here. But essentially we're taking a very long, what would be potentially be a very long statement with a lot of dot notation, and we're just breaking it out into separate variables until we finally drill down to the point where we actually have the name and the symbol for the currency that we want. Okay? Cool. So now that we have that, we can put it into our display. So essentially, I'm just going to have currency name and then have a parentheses and put the symbol next to it. There, that should do it. I think that was all the formatting I had there. Okay, and then next is demonym. Or demonym, sorry. I got to pronounce that correctly. Oh, and I have this in a variable too. Yes. So if we look at demonyms, this is yet another one we have to kind of dig into to get. I think it's down here. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at demonyms. So in this case, there's multiple options here, right? Somebody from France is essentially going to refer to people from Germany in not only in French, but in potentially two different ways, depending on whether they're female or male. So some languages are gendered, right? English itself is not gendered, but many languages are, such as Spanish or French. Um, and so in this case, not only are there multiple ways to refer to people from Germany, depending on what language you speak, but even how you're gendering that reference, right? So for simplicity's sake, I'm going to stick with using the English version. But you can, again, if you're building this in your native language, in French or Spanish or whatever, feel free to just simply change the reference to, French or whatever instead. And so if I want to only grab the English version, I kind of have the luxury of picking either one, right? Because again, because English isn't gendered, we can go ahead and use female or male and it's not going to matter. And, a woman from Germany is the same from a man from Germany is the same from anybody else from Germany. Yeah, it's very thorough. I know, right? It's thorough data. This is a great API. I like it a lot because there's just so much stuff in it. I was having a really good time looking at this yesterday. And I don't even like geography. Like I'm not a fan of geography. So this got me hooked. So essentially what I'm going to use is this object, and the male version. Not that it really matters in English, but this, and this. So that's actually going to be fairly easy to reference because it's always static, right? I'm always going to reference the same thing every single time. So I can just say essentially country data.demonyms.english.m. But for some reason, I'm trying to remember, I don't honestly remember why. I did go ahead and put it up in a variable here and did an additional check. So we'll do that. I must have found something and I don't remember. I don't have it in my notes. So if there is a demonym and an English version exists, essentially I think that's what we're checking here. So if there's a demonym and the English version of that demonym exists, then grab the one that's male. Demonyms dot English dot male. And we'll put that inside of ticks because we want to format it as a string. If it doesn't exist, then we can just say not available. Cool. All right, so essentially what we're doing here again is we're saying, all right, look in country data. If there's an English demonym, then grab it and specifically grab the male version, right? So we're saying country data.demonyms.english.male. If it doesn't exist, then just say not available. And down here, we can simply drop it in. And then the next two, I think the next three are pretty easy. I know we needed to take a break. I did want to get through this, but the next two are going to be fairly easy. Next one is just whether or not the country is independent. Okay, so country data dot independent. Now let's see what that looks like. So we'll give me another country. Preferably one we haven't tried yet. Ooh. Bhutan. Okay. Hopefully there's only one result for that. Hey, nice. Oh, and I need to reload it. Sorry. Oh, this is a great one. I love this. Okay, awesome. So notice that there's no demonym for people from Bhutan, or it's not in the API. I'm not saying that there's none, but there's no English reference for people from Bhutan. I suppose we would just say Bhutanese or what have you, but it's not in the API. So not available. And then independent currently says true. Oh, thank you for the follow, Leoster. Good to have you here. Thank you. And independent says true, but I don't want it to say true. I want it to say yes or no, depending on whether or not the country is independent. I think that looks better for the user. So, how could I quickly convert true and false to yes and no? What would be a way to do that? Yeah, or my demonym code could be wrong too. I'll check it in a minute. How can I quickly convert true and false to yes and no? Yeah, I would say that the best way to do it, yep, exactly. Yeah, would be to use a one-liner of some kind, like a ternary. Yeah, I think a ternary is probably the best way to do it. So we're going to say, instead of just country data.independent, we'll just say country data.independent question mark. Yes. And no. Now, why does this work? Why can I just say country data.independent question mark? What is this? What is this actually checking? Why don't I have to say country data.independent equals true question mark? Yeah, right, exactly. So the value that is stored in here is actually a boolean, right? The value of this is true because it's a boolean. So what this is retrieving is the value, which equates to true, and then it does the check, and if it's true, then yes, and if it's false, then no. Also, for example, up here, here's another ternary, right? But this is not a boolean. Country data.capital, that actually has a thing in it, right? That's not a boolean, but it still works. We can still use a ternary on it because something that is not null. So when there's a when this search for a value returns something, even if we're not doing an explicit check, we're not saying equals whatever, it's what we call truthy. So it still evaluates to true because something was returned. So it's not a boolean, but because something was returned, this ternary right here is going to evaluate it to true. And that's what we call truthy. So it's not strictly true because it's not a boolean, but it's what we call truthy. It will still evaluate as true. So that's just an important distinction, but kind of between these two, right? This is actually a boolean. This is not, but they both work. Oh my goodness, Chris, thank you so much for the subs. Wow. That's so kind of you. Always great to have you here. We need to get the there you go. There's the sub screen. Thank you. You're very cool. Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate it. Even, and thank you to all the folks that are following me too. It's amazing to see. I'm almost at 7,000 followers, which is quite frankly insane. Um, so yeah, thank you all again. Thank you to all the subs. Thank you to all the followers. Thank you just for all the lurkers who are chilling out there in the audience. That's all cool too. Yeah, it's blowing my mind too as far as that people want to that people just want to tune in and watch me talk about array methods or whatever. Thank you guys. But yeah, so these two ternaries are evaluating completely different data, but they both still work. And I think that's the cool part is the how you can kind of fudge things a little bit for truthy and falsy values to still evaluate these expressions. Once you know these shorthands and you kind of know how it works, you can really leverage these to make your code a lot cleaner than having to do explicit like true false evaluations all the time. Thanks, guys. All right, and then we can do essentially the same thing for UN member. I'll just spill the beans on that. UN member is basically the same. So we can say country data. Let me get what this one is called. Country data dot un underscore un lowercase member unmember yes or no. And then the last one is just the Google Maps link. Uh, and I want this to be a clickable link. So what type of tag do I need to put here to make this to just drop in the link and make it clickable? Oh, Grizz, thank you. I appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, we can just put it inside of an anchor tag, right? And we can just put the link as what property of that anchor tag? Eh, eh, eh. Yeah, it's the href value, right? So I don't know how you all think about this, but I always say it literally in my head as href. Um, I know it's href, but I always say href in my head. And so in there, we can just simply pass the hyperlink straight up. Country data dot maps dot Google Maps. There we go. And closing quote. Okay. And then inside of the tag, we can put the actual text that we want to display. I just said link. You can have it say whatever, but that's what's going to be visible to the user. Okay. So let's check that demonym and make sure that that's working. Save that. We'll look for United States of Marca. Oh, okay. So demonym isn't working. All right, let's check what I did wrong there. Ah, should be check your I missed an S. Yep. So that's yep. So I didn't know where to look for that value because that value doesn't exist in the object. So it's demonyms. All right, let's do that again. All right, now I want to see Bhutan. Let's look at Bhutan because I did them dirty because I said they didn't have one, but they do. Oh, I gotta reload. Hey, there we go. They're Bhutanese. Yay! Finally, I get to do them justice. All right, and I gotta have my closing anchor tag. But the cool thing about most modern browsers is that if you forget a closing tag, it's probably going to be able to compensate in most cases. But yes, I did forget the closing tag here. So next, boop, and boop. There we go. All right, and then we'll test the Google Maps link here. Invalid link. Okay, so we'll save that. Reload. Bhutan. Search. Link. Invalid link. Okay. Google Maps. So that is it's got a quote. Hang on. I've got an extra quote there because I'm missing the one before. Okay, finally. So you notice how I went through that kind of quickly, but notice how I troubleshooted that is it said, all right, the link is invalid. So I looked at what was actually being passed to the browser. I took I clicked the link and I looked at, okay, what's actually being passed to the browser. And the first thing I see is that it has an extra quote at the end. And so that means I was missing an opening quote here. So it just included it as part of the URL. So that was the problem. I didn't have matching opening and closing quotes. Save, reload one more time. I don't even know exactly where Bhutan is. That's my fault as a geography challenged person. So let's see where it is. Where is Bhutan? Bhutan is above Bangladesh. Cool. Okay. I'm learning more about geography right now than I ever did in high school. Honestly. I went to a rural high school in in the armpit of the Midwest in in the United States. So yeah, we didn't learn about stuff like this. All right, cool. So I think that is all the stuff that we want to show up in that box. Um, so I think this is a good pausing point. We'll go ahead and take a break. And when we come back, we're going to populate the boxes with the flag and the coat of arms. And then we will actually configure, okay, what happens if there's more than one result, right? So if I enter, say, Korea or Sudan, right, there's going to be more than one result that gets returned, and we want the user to be able to select from a list of results and choose which one they want to display. So as it's been a while, so as a reminder of what that looks like, here's the finished version. So if I say Korea, there's two options here, right? And so I want it to show me both. I click on one, and that's the one it shows me. Okay, cool. Um, Devdi says there's a tiny bit of India between Bhutan and Bangladesh. Copperly says, if you like Wordle, there are similar geography games called Global and Worldle. I don't know how you're physically supposed to say that. Probably, yeah, that's probably why they did that. Worldle. Miran says, is there a way to get a syntax highlighting within that inner HTML variable for the HTML? Is there a way to get, let me see if I follow the question here. Is there a way to get syntax? Oh, you mean like inside of these? No, I don't think so. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, because these are essentially strings, and so VS Code is just going to read them as strings. That's why we generally prefer to do things like, building components dynamically. Um, if we were using React or something, we would just have all of these, like all of the names, like capital and that kind of thing, stored in an array, and then we dynamically generate the elements on the fly. um, but yeah, I don't think we can get syntax highlighting inside of these strings. It just sucks a bit that it's all without indenting and all that. Yeah, I mean, you could format this a little cleaner. You could put the divs on multiple lines and stuff if you wanted to. Dr. Moto says, unrelated question. Do you get any GitHub benefits like Copilot for staff and education? Yeah. So the reason Dr. Moto is asking that is because I work for a university here in the U.S. And so this might be useful for some of you folks out there. So if you are a student or a teacher at an educational institution, you can get Copilot, which is the coding helper, the AI coding helper that Microsoft uses based on ChatGPT. You could potentially get that for free. I'm not going to say you can, but you could potentially get that for free if your school is enrolled in GitHub for Education. So if you're a student or a teacher at a high school or a university, you could potentially get free Copilot, which is like $10 a month. Yeah, Grizz says I'm a student. Okay, there you go. Check and see if your school. Just Google Copilot for Education. Check and see if your school is a member of the program. Awesome. Yeah, potentially you could get Copilot for free. Um, yeah, staff is a little murkier, right? Dr. Moto is staff as well. Yeah, I'm staff, and so I actually have on my to-do list right now. I need to submit a ticket to my local like IT at my employer to see if can I get Copilot, because my school is a member of the educational program, but since I'm staff, I'm not a student or a teacher there. So the question is, can I still get that? Actually literally have it on my to-do list to submit a ticket and ask. Yeah, staff is a little bit of a gray area. I found that a lot, is that all these educational benefits, they always think about, oh yeah, students or teachers, but like what about non-teacher staff? Like where does that fall? Yeah. Debdi says, how tall is your computer table? I don't know, like 3.5, 4 feet tall. And then I have the table itself is only about 3.5 feet tall, but then I have my computer monitor on top of a Tupperware container full of tax documents, and I have my keyboard on top of a stack of 3 books, and I have my mouse on top of a cardboard box. So it's custom height using household objects. right, folks. Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you all back here again. Welcome to the stream, Tekka. I'm glad it looks cool. You're welcome to stick around if you would like. You're stretching. Alrighty. So just before the break, we finished filling out all of our HTML, kind of getting that populated as far as the main box here. So essentially what we just finished doing is this box right here. So really the only other two things that we need to do are the flag and the coat of arms. And that's essentially just taking the images from the API that we're retrieving and putting them in the appropriate container, because the API gives us this information already. And we're just going to populate two image tags, one of them with the flag and one of them with the coat of arms. Oh, another thing too, this is just me, but I'm always amazed at how flexible Unicode is. That can display like all these currency symbols, that aren't the standard. I don't know, that aren't the standard alphabet, or not. I shouldn't say the standard alphabet, the standard English alphabet. I don't know that Unicode is so cool. I love Unicode. It's so. That's just like the nerdiest thing about me, probably, is that I really love Unicode and how flexible it is. It's neat. All right. Anyway, let me catch up with chat here. Pinak says, does Microsoft still offer DreamSpark products for students? Yeah, so it's not called DreamSpark anymore, but I believe that students can get Office 365 for free while they're enrolled. At least at my school, the students, and so like me as staff, I get Office 365 for free as well. So I get Excel, Word, the drill, all the stuff, PowerPoint, whatever. I get copies of that for free through Office 365, and so do the students. As long as I'm employed by the university and as long as the student is enrolled, you get it for free. So hopefully that answers your question. Sloop says, I feel like your school should pay for a standing desk. Yeah, this actually isn't my work desk. This is my fun desk. When you're working from home, I think it's very important to keep work and fun separate. Otherwise, your work starts to invade your fun. It's very important to separate the two. So this isn't even the same room where I do my work. My work desk is at the other side of the house in a completely different room. And I have completely different equipment for that. So all of this is everything I do here is like, this is all my personal equipment, stuff I bought myself. Nothing belongs to my employer. I think it's really important to keep those two things separate for various reasons, but mostly for, so work doesn't start to, invade the fun space. Yeah, Grizz says my uni gave me for free. You just log in with a university account. Yeah, so I think so if you're wondering about, whether you get Office 365, if you're a student or you're working for an educational institution or you're a teacher, just try it. See if you can, see if your school has an Office 365 account, if you're using Outlook or whatever, at your university, then you probably can get it for free. I would look into that. I don't have a specs command for my machine, but I have what do I have? I have a Core i7, and I have a GTX 3070 graphics card. And how much? I forget it. I think I have 16 gigs of RAM. I don't remember. Yeah. Rich kid, you in the house from Home Alone? No, my house is actually very small. When I say all the way at the other end of the house, I mean my house is smaller than most people's apartments. Actually, it's very tiny. I'm gonna tell work I need a 4090 to run VS Code. Yeah, my work laptop would beg to differ. It can barely run anything. This is my tower that I built myself, that I stream on. Okay, let's get back to it. All right, so we finished with that. Now, again, let's go ahead and set up our images. So I'm going to close this here. Remember to go outside of your tick marks here because we're starting a new sort of a new object here. Pinek, you may not have heard. I answered your question earlier. It should be Office 365. So check with your school about Office 365 because that's how I get all my free Microsoft products as an employee. So most in the students get their stuff through Office 365 too. So if you have a Microsoft account through your employer, try logging in and seeing if you can get those products for free from the Office 365 portal, the web portal. Should just be office.com or whatever, office365.com. And if you can log in there, you should be able to download from that location. Oh no, you're fine, Pinek. It's okay. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to essentially target the container that we built earlier, the flag container that we built earlier, that div, and I want to create an image tag in there and populate it with the URL for the image and the alt value for the alt text that goes with the image. So I'm going to say document dot get element by ID, and I want to grab the flag container div, and I'm going to set that inner HTML. Now, if I were to do this again, and if you were going to use this project for anything of your own, I would not do it this way. And we'll talk about, what I would do differently in just a second. But so essentially, I'm going to say, all right, if there is an image of the flag, so there might not always be, right? The API could be incomplete. If there is an image of the flag, then generate the image tag and do all that stuff. So flag URL, and we haven't defined that variable yet, but we will in just a second. I'm going to say, actually, I'm just going to copy this. I just want to label the box with some text that says flag. And then after that, I'm going to add an image tag. And I'm going to set the source value to the URL for the flag, which again is going to be a variable. We're going to define that in a minute. All right, and then the alt text is going to be the alt text for that particular image, which is also supplied by the API, which I thought was a really nice touch. That's actually one of the nicer things that I've seen an API do, is actually give you alt text for the for the flag image. So you don't have to generate your own. It's already in the API. All right, then we'll close that. And then if the image of the flag doesn't exist, we're just going to leave the div as is, leave it empty, and not put anything inside of it. So essentially what we're doing here is we're taking this div called flag container, and inside of it, we're putting two things. We're putting a paragraph tag that simply says flag, which is this right here. And then we're also adding an image tag with the source being the URL of the flag and the alt text being the alt text of the flag. Okay? So how do we define these variables? Fortunately, this one's fairly easy. We can just say, and I'm actually going to separate this out a little bit, make that more readable. Const flag URL is just going to be country data dot flags dot png. So if we look at the object, somewhere. Not that one. There we go. If we look at the object, we can see it gives us two choices here. We have two image types. We have PNG and SVG. So if you don't know the difference, PNG is essentially just like a regular image, whereas an SVG is actually a vector graphics file. So it's made up of individual elements and, could be edited. But we're just going to go with the PNG, and then we're also going to grab the alt text. So in order to grab it, we can just say countrydata.flags.png and countrydata.flags.alt. And as a reminder, what the alt text allows us to do is apply text that screen readers can see. So people who are visually impaired or use accessibility devices to browse the web, they really value having alt text for images because it reads it, it describes it to them. So it can, for example, the flag of Germany is composed of 3 equal horizontal bands of black, red, and gold. And it would tell them that, which is pretty cool. So we definitely want to put that into our image description here. So flag URL is that. And flag alt. Oops. Flag alt is countrydata.flags.png. Or sorry, .alt. There we go. If you want to copy one line of code under itself, you can Control C and Control V X times without selecting anything. Oh, so like, yeah, okay. It's like I know that and I always forget it. So thank you for reminding me about that. But one thing also I noticed about some flags is that they don't always have alt text. And so if they don't, then we want to create our own because we don't want to have no alt text whatsoever. So if it exists, we'll use it. If it doesn't, we'll just say flag of whatever country it is. So it's not the best, but at least it's something. Country data dot name dot common. All right, so if it exists, we use it. If it doesn't, we just say flag of then whatever the country's name is. All right, so we have our flag URL, we have our flag alt text. Now let's also grab the coat of arms as well. Coat of arms URL. Country data dot coat of arms. Coat of arms. You have no idea how much trouble I have spelling coat of arms. .png. All right. And this one actually doesn't, unfortunately, the coat of arms doesn't have any alt text built into the API. I wish it did. It just doesn't even have a value for alt text, probably because its coat of arms are very complex. And so they just didn't bother, transcribing those. So we'll generate our own alt text a little later. But you might be saying, okay, that wasn't too hard. So why did you bother putting these in variables like up here? Why didn't you just do it down here? Well, one of them is for simplicity. This is already kind of complex. But the other reason is because of essentially the code is cleaner. That's true. Absolutely. The other thing is essentially when we're dealing with the various states that our app could be in. So for example, let's look at something here. This is the ideal state, right? We have all 3 elements present and being displayed. We have our facts, we have our flag, we have our coat of arms. Perfect. But what happens if I do another search for Korea here? If I search for Korea, I don't want to see a flag or a coat of arms because there's nothing to display here, right? I want these 2 to be hidden until I choose results. Now, what happens if I do this? I think I have an example here. Let's see. Oh no, I need to say, I just search for something like United. What if I choose something like the United States Minor Outlying Islands? That's not a country. It's a dependent of the United States. So in this case, I have facts and I have a flag, but I don't have a coat of arms because they're not an independent country. They don't have their own coat of arms. They just use our flag and our coat of arms, I assume. But yeah, they don't have their own thing. So I don't want number one, I don't want it to show a box, and number two, I don't want it to show like the previous coat of arms, right? I don't want it to show anything from the previous country. So it should be shown or hidden depending on whether or not that element exists. So why does that matter? Well, what I found is, obviously sometimes coat of arms don't exist. So one of the first things I want to do is check whether that's true and choose whether to turn on or off those containers that contain them. So turn the flag off or on, or turn the coat of arms container off or on, depending on whether or not the URL actually exists. So that sounds a little complex, but hopefully it'll make more sense once I actually put it into practice here. All right, so down here, just above my inner HTML, I'm going to do 2 quick checks. Just say, all right, if flag URL flag element, and this is going to refer to the container that holds the flag on the layout, display equals block. Oops. Okay, there we go. And then, oops. Same thing for the coat of arms URL. Arms element dot style display equals block. So what am I doing here? What am I doing with these 2 checks? I'm going to hydrate real quick. Woo, sorry. I bumped my pop guard with my tea mug. Sorry about that. I'm still not used to all this equipment. Yeah, exactly. If they exist, then I actually want to show the HTML elements. And what we're going to find once we get to the CSS is that when I define like these 3 buckets, right, for the facts and for the 2 images, when I define them, I'm actually going to set their display property to none. Now, why would I do that? If I was, when I'm, setting up the styles for these things, why would I set them to be display none by default? Why would I do that? All 3 of these buckets, the facts, the flag, and the coat of arms, when we get to the CSS, they're all going to be set to display equals none by default. Yeah, exactly. We need to think about how we want our app to behave when a user opens it for the first time. So before any input, when it first renders, how do we want our app to behave? Well, we don't want it to show anything down here, right? Because we haven't searched for anything yet. There shouldn't be anything showing up. It should be empty. So by default, we want to set them to display none. And then when we want to turn them on, then we set them to actually display. So we can set their CSS property to display block, which will switch them on and take away that display none property. Because otherwise we might end up in a situation where you just have empty style boxes sitting there on the layout with nothing in them, right? Still showing up, just empty and small. And probably the easiest way to handle that is just setting them to none by default and then turning them on when we need them. Now, if we were using something like React, how would we handle that instead? So those of you who know React, if instead of switching elements on and off like that, what might we do instead? Instead of doing it with like CSS properties, or manually toggling them off in this way. What might we do instead? Yeah, we could use a short circuit operator. We could set a state variable, right? We could store we could store the values of those URLs in state. But really, we would somehow, however we did it, we would only render those boxes. We would store those boxes as components, right? So each of those three boxes would be a component. And then we would only render that component when we actually needed it, right? We wouldn't have to, it wouldn't always exist. We wouldn't have to switch it on and off. We would only render it when it was needed. And so that's one of the useful things that frameworks like React can do, or similar frameworks too, not just React, but all these dynamic frameworks, that they can generate elements on the fly only when you need them, versus regular HTML where we have to think about turning them on and off based on what state the interface is in. So that's a nice thing about React. But it is still good to go back to, basic HTML and remind ourselves how it works, what we have to do to work with it. I'm not complaining. All right, so I think we got everything. We got our flag URL, flag alt, coat of arms. And I think there's only one variable I'm missing. Oh, yeah. So I need to now basically just hook up these variables here to the actual elements they're referencing. So that'll just be just say const, whoops, not all caps. I'm not writing SQL here. I'm not at work. Although most of the times when I write SQL, I write it in lowercase anyway because I'm a rebel. Get element by ID, flag container. Hey, I used that little copy paste trick. I actually remembered. All right, next one is going to be arms element. And it's going to refer to our coat of arms container. Okay. With that, we got our currency info. And there's one more variable I'm missing here. I'm just going to add it. It's the little flag. I called it an emoji, but I don't know that it is. I think it's more Unicode. But I'll show you what it's referring to in a minute. Country data dot flag. It's not really a flag either. I don't know what it is. Symbol? And then we got our URL. We got our alts, coat of arms, demonym. Doing the check, assigning our inner HTML. Oh, yeah. And then the last thing is just, I want to put this little flag emoji right here. There we go. Cool. Okay. And then we are working on so we set up our flag container. Okay. And I think I'm missing a closing. Oh, I'm missing a closing tick mark, I think. Somewhere. Oh, my tick mark's in the wrong place. That's why. There we go. Boop. Perfect. Then I'll copy this. And actually, I already have this in a variable, so I didn't have to do this again, but that's okay. So doesn't matter either way. All right, so next one we're going to do is we're going to grab the coat of arms container and we're going to set the inner HTML using our coat of arms URL. If it exists, and the coat of arms doesn't always exist like we saw before, we're going to set it to the URL. And then we're going to manually set the alt text as coat of arms of whatever country. All right. Now let's see what we get. We're just going to run it. See what happens. Oh, and the last thing I want to do too is I want to set the display for all these values from just being a regular, I don't know, bunch of values. I want to set them as a list. So I can just say down here, container, container dot inner HTML equals list HTML. And that should display it as a list. All right, let's see how it looks. I'm going to reload the page. Oh, not that page. And all right, somebody give me another country. What should I look for next? Give me another country. Help me learn about geography, people. Okay, Nats will do yours. Do you mean Brazil? Okay, so we got an error message, but we also got a result back. So cool. All right. Let's see. It didn't give us everything though, but look. Okay, so it gave us the country name. It gave us the little symbol. Wakanda. That's not going to give us any results. Eswatini. Ooh, Eswatini. I've never heard of that country. We'll try that one next. That'll be our next one we test. Eswatini. Let's see if we got any errors in the console here. Oh, list HTML is not defined. Okay, so I did forget a variable. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. Yeah. If I do this, 1 second. Yeah, I just put that in completely the wrong place. All right, I'm going to comment it out for now and save. I'll try again. All right, let's do Eswatini. Hey, there we go. We got a flag. Look at that. Nice. Okay, perfect. So it gives us a little symbol. That's cool. I've never heard of that country before. Thank you for sharing that. But it's got 1 million people in it. Swazi currency is the Lilangeni. Neat. Where in Africa is that? Let's look. Oh, look at that. Okay, it's down near South Africa. Cool. Man, y'all are teaching me, like you said, y'all are teaching me more about geography today than I ever learned in high school. So thanks, folks. Okay. Now, looks like it's working. Well, let's try something that has both a flag and a coat of arms. So give me a country that's going to have both, like a big country. I could do Latvia. I bet they have a coat of arms. Latvia. France. Okay, that's another good one. Oh, okay. So my text is wrong here, but the coat of arms did render. It's just really big. That looks looks a bit like England's coat of arms, or the UK. Sorry. Cool though. Oh, they got 2 griffins, and then one of them has a sword. That's badass. Oh, one of them. Wait, one of them's a lion. The other one's a griffin. Sorry. Neat. I like that. It's a good one. I think coat of arms are so cool. That's been the most fun part about this project for me, is just seeing all the coats of arms. All right, so I'll fix that text and that should be fine. Cool. So that was working. Now, it looks like our happy path is working, right? The user searches for one single country, they get one single result back from the API, and it displays. Perfect. All the elements are there. But what happens if they search for a country like Korea, right? Or Sudan, or even if they search for like America, I could absolutely see people from my country searching for America and expecting to only get one result because, you know, Americans, that's how we are. So I want to give them a list of choices and then they can select one from that list. So that's the next thing we're going to do. Now, you may recall many moons ago, we set up a little check for that. We said, all right, when we get our results back from the API, if our data length is 1, then display country info, which is the function we just finished. But if there's more than 1, then we want to display the full list. So that's the next function we got to define. Fortunately, it's not nearly as long as the one we just did. It really just grabs all the results, grabs the names, and puts them in a list. And I see we've got a lot of folks that just joined us, it looks like, based on my viewer count. If you just joined us and you'd like to see what we're working on, you can look at the finished code by hitting !project in chat. Or if you want to watch this stream from the beginning and code along with us, you can. Just go to the videos tab on my Twitch channel. Go to the videos tab, and you'll see that this stream right here, this one right now, is available as a recorded video that you can rewind and start from the beginning. And watch at your own pace. So, or if you want to watch it later, it'll be on my Twitch channel for 60 days, and then it'll move to my YouTube channel, which you can find by saying !YouTube in chat. It's an ad-free YouTube channel too. So if you hate ads as much as I do, why don't you just watch it on YouTube? I don't care about ad revenue. Okay, anywho. Down here below my make sure I put this in the right place here. Yeah. So after my coat of arms stuff, make sure that you're outside of the previous function. Let's go ahead and create our display country list function. Function display country list. And it's going to take 2 arguments. One of them is countries, which is the list of countries. And then the other one is where we're putting it. So the HTML container where this list is going to live. So the first thing I want to do is I want to give the user a message to say, hey, more than one record came back. Why don't you pick which one you want? So we can just say let list HTML. And then I'm just going to generate a quick message. And notice here what I did at the end of this. I could have done this on a separate line, but I put in a paragraph tag saying multiple results returned. Please choose one of the countries below to view. And then I have the open tag for a list element. Now inside of there is where I'm going to generate some LIs and populate that with as many values as we got back from the API. So as many countries results as got returned from the API, we want to generate an LI for each of them and pop it into the list. So we can do that with regular HTML. That's possible. We can do it, but it's not nearly as smooth as it would be with something like React. But if you're going to do it, this is how you would do it. So list HTML, I want to add all of the LIs I'm going to generate. I want to add them to this variable. So if I have a variable and I want to keep the original value but add something to it, how would I notate that in JavaScript? If I want to keep the current value but add something to it, how do I notate that in JavaScript? Yeah, I can do that. Exactly. I can do that with this notation, plus equals. Now, I could say list HTML equals list HTML plus whatever. That would work too. But the shorthand for that, which I think is better, is this right here. Okay, so I'm passing into this function a list of countries, which could be anything from 2 to a bajillion, right? It could be any number. So if I have, say, an array of unknown length, and I want to go through it and essentially add li tags to either side of it, what would be the best way for me to do that? So I want to go through this object, and I want to keep the existing values but add li tags to either side. What what would I use to do that? And I don't know how long the array is. Yeah, probably the best way for me to do that would be by using map. So I could say something like countries dot map, and for each country in the list, I can do something. So what map allows us to do is essentially as many values as there are in the list, I can execute some kind of operation, whether it's a function or something like that. Whatever I want to do, I can do that same thing for every item in the list. So no matter how many countries there are, I'm going to do the thing. So in this case, I just want to basically generate a list item. So I'm going to say li class is going to be country item. And let's see, I want to make sure I get this right here. Oh yeah, so and then the second class is going to be data country. And that's going to equal the common name of the country. Oops. All right, and the display value of that list item is just going to be, again, the name of the country. Okay, and then I can close the li. So I'm going to generate each list item with all the values that I need, right? It's going to, and essentially how it's going to look to the user is it's going to be essentially just a list with each country name in it. But what do I need to do? What's the last thing I need to do at the end? So I've generated all my list items. What's the last thing I need to do? Right now, they're all individual LIs. Yeah, so I do need a closing tag. That's correct. Yeah, so yes, essentially, I need to close the UL tag. True. The other thing I need to do is I need to take all those LIs and join them back together. Yeah, and then yes, and then I need to close the. Then I need to close the UL. So essentially, what I've done here is I've just stored all this string information into a variable. You know, this is just a string here. And then I added to it as many list items as I needed to generate, you know, whether it's 2 or 16. It'll generate all of those and it'll also store them in this variable. So it'll just add it to whatever exists there already. And then finally, whenever it's done, it's going to close the tag. So that's kind of gnarly, right? That doesn't look great. It works, but again, because we're using, you know, basic HTML, we're kind of limited on how we can dynamically generate content. That's again why React, EJS. You know, if you're not familiar with React, you can at least, you know, implement something like EJS, which will help you do stuff like this much more easily. It's going to help you generate dynamic objects and things like that. But even with basic HTML, we can still do all of these things. It just looks a little, you know, looks a little gross, but it works. So who cares? All right, now I can actually grab that thing that I tried to put in before and put it down here in the right spot. Phew. Okay, so what that's going to do is take the contents of this variable as a string and assign them to the inner HTML of our container. And so it'll just display to the user inside the container. Oh, who knows? The variable names might be wrong, but let me see. All right, display country list, countries container, do. Yes, and there are, there's engines and things that can um, yeah, that can help us do this sort of thing. And I know how to use EJS. I know how to use React. I know how to do all those things. But I think sometimes it's also important to go back to basics and practice these things, even if we don't do them every day, because otherwise you won't remember how to do it when you really need it. Countries, container, country. Yeah, I saw your message there, DJ. Yeah, I can give it a try. Oh yeah, you're right. This is wrong. It's country.name. Yep, there it is. Thanks, Copper Lily. There we go. Okay, so now what it's going to do is for each country, it's going to grab the common name and then do all those things. You've used it before and it helped you programming? That's good. Yeah, I always love finding new tools that can help you, program and code more effectively, certainly. There's so many tools out there. That's the cool part, right? You can always find something that fits best for your projects and for your style. That's awesome. All right, and then finally, so we've got this stored in this variable. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Hmm. Yeah, DJ. I don't speak Spanish very well, but I can read it decently well. Yeah. My Spanish speaking is not particularly good, but I can read it, you know, at a basic level. That's the American education system for you. At most, we learn 1.5 languages. If we're lucky, we get 2. A lot of people don't know that in the American school system, we don't start learning a second language until we reach high school, so secondary school. Um, yeah, I know a lot of folks in other countries start learning multiple languages when they're in elementary school or primary school. But in the US, we sometimes don't even start right away in secondary school. We wait until we're almost in college before we start learning a second language. So it doesn't do us any favors, certainly. All right, last thing. Um, the last thing we need to do. So it's going to display the list. So we can go ahead and test that, I think. We'll test that. And then there's one more thing we're going to have to do to make this work. America, I know. All right, give me another country. Preferably one I've never heard of. Pinak says, I was so pissed off that I decided to accept Hindi as a second language after I graduated. I would have aced that. Instead, I had to take Spanish. Oh, Spanish is a good language to know, though. I like knowing Spanish. Let's see. I've heard of Eritrea. How about Kiribati? Kiribati's a good one. I've definitely heard of Wakanda, and I know it's not real. I'm not that of an ignorant American, okay? Kiribati. I have heard of Kiribati, but I know nothing about it. So that's a good one. Cool. Okay, so this only gave us one result, but I did want to see. Oh, cool. I like that. I like their flag. Nice. All right, so let's look for one that we know is going to give us multiple options. Like if I just search for United, could be hidden. I don't think it's going to be on Google Maps. All right, awesome. Okay, so we can see that it's still, this is kind of what I was talking about before when we were talking about showing and hiding elements. Here you can see it gave us the list that we wanted, but it's still showing the flag and the coat of arms from our previous country. Um, so it didn't hide those. And so that's what I was talking about, setting those display properties, which is what we're going to do with our styling in a little bit. We're going to need to kind of switch those on and off. Okay, now what am I missing here though? It's giving me the list. What am I missing about this list though? I'm clicking my mouse right now. What's missing? Essentially, what I want to happen is when I click one of these, I want it to take me to uh, the display for that country. DJ, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Needs to do another fetch. Does it though? I don't think it needs to do another fetch because if you remember, when we hit the API and we get multiple results, we're pulling down all that data. That's where we're getting all these names from. So we don't need to do another fetch. We already have all the data. It's here on the client side. Welcome you. Yeah, we have the data, but I want to make it so I can click on one of these and it takes me to that page. So what am I missing? Yeah, I agree. Exactly. We need a listener that's listening for me to click on one of these, right? They don't even need to be links. We can just add event listeners to them. Just take each of these LIs and add an event listener to it. When somebody clicks on it, then take them to the page. Yeah. So this is actually going to be very easy. So at the end of this function here, all we need to do is we need to say, now, all right, if I have a parent element with multiple child elements and I want to simultaneously um, capture all of them so I can do something to all of them at once. Does anybody know how I would do that? So it's document dot something. I'll give you that. Document dot what? I want to grab all the LIs at once so I can apply an event listener to them all at once. How can I do that with document dot something? Yeah, exactly. Document dot query. You're close. Query selector all. Yeah. What that's going to do, yeah, exactly. What that's going to do is it's going to grab all of them. So I'm going to say every single one with the class of country item because all of these LIs have the same class, right? They all have the class of country item. So I want to grab all of them at once, every single one. And what that's going to do is it's going to essentially just dump them into an array. I think it's an array. It's going to just dump all those into an array. And then it's trivial for me to say, all right, for each one, for each item, just item dot add event listener and listen for a click. And then when it's clicked, we want to figure out essentially, all right, which one did they click on, right? So we're listening for a click. And then when any one of these is clicked on, when any one of the list items is clicked on, then figure out which one was clicked on and just display that page. So we can just say const selected country equals countries dot find. Oops, country. Here we go. Get the common name. Okay, we'll talk about what this is doing in a second. I gotta type. I can't talk and type. All right, item dot data set dot country. Oh, come on. Don't autocomplete VS Code. All right, so what this is gonna do is it's gonna say, all right, I want to get whichever country they clicked on and store it in this variable right here. So what it's going to do, it's going to say, all right, find the country with the common name that matches the one they clicked on. So whichever country matches the one they clicked on, that's the one we're going to store in this variable. And then finally, all I need to do is just call my display country info function, the one I already created, the one that's doing, getting the flag, getting the facts, all that sort of thing. Just call that, pass in the selected country, and pass in the storage location. Yeah, exactly. Copy says, I keep forgetting how useful data attributes are. Yeah, exactly. There's so much data that's stored in these elements that a lot of the times we forget to utilize. Anytime we interact with an element, whether we're clicking on it or doing anything really, you're passing a ton of information about that element and its contents into your application that you can make use of. So that's why, like things like events are so powerful too. Whenever you're referencing an event, there's a crap ton of data that's stored in there. For example, I don't know if you've ever tried to console log an event, like if you're doing like a click or a, I don't know, a key press or whatever. I don't know if you've ever tried to console log an event. There's so much data there that's being passed in that we hardly ever use any of it. So yeah, all these data elements have a crap ton of information stored in them that you can just retrieve from, right? You can just get it. You can just get it out of there. And so yeah, it's really useful. Anyway, we're just essentially refining the one they clicked on, storing it in this variable, and then we're passing it into our country info function, and that's what shows up on the screen. Okay. Now, I want to check one more thing here. Got those checks there. Okay, I'm missing a couple things here in my fetch country data function. So passing in our country name, we've got our error message, we've got our results pane, and I'm trying to see if I might have something extra here. Oh yeah, okay. I'm also going to need to grab my flag container and my coat of arms container because I'm going to need to switch them off if we get an error. So under fetch country data, I'm going to reference my flag element and my coat of arms element again. I just copied and pasted them from below. And then last thing I want to do is make sure that my message box is cleared out. So if there was an error, if we previously got an error, I want to make sure it's cleared before we try to do another fetch, right? So if the last fetch failed and I had a spelling error or something and I fix it, this time I don't want to see that message again. I want it to be cleared. So message element dot text content should be cleared before we do each fetch. All right. No worries, Sloop. Yeah, go ahead and head to bed. Anybody out there who's watching or lurking or whatever, if you are like staying up past like midnight to watch my stream, if it's really late where you are, get out of here and go to bed, please. I don't need viewers. I need my viewers to get sleep. So, yes, please, Dooku, please go to sleep. You can. That's why these streams are recorded. You can go back, rewind, and watch them later. Yeah, it's all good. Don't sacrifice your sleep for any Twitch streamer, let alone me. You're more valuable than that. You're more valuable than any other person, like any other person out there on the internet. All right, so that we've cleared out this, we're catching errors, peachy. However, okay, so let's say that we do our fetch and we get an error. We want to show this message to the user. And the other thing I want to do is make sure that the previous flag and coat of arms aren't being displayed. So we need to switch those off. Actually, I want to switch off all three. I want to switch off the facts display. I want to switch off my flag element and my coat of arms. None of those should show up. Only the error message should show up. All right. And then display country info. I think we've got everything there. All right, let's try it. Cool. I think we're done with this. Whew. That was nuts, right? That's more client-side scripting than we normally do. But when you're working with plain HTML, you kind of got to do more of that stuff, right? All right, cool. So I think we're ready to go on to the CSS. Like I talked about before, what we're going to do is I'm going to essentially just give you the CSS, but we're going to talk about how it works because there's some important stuff in there that I need more practice with, and I think most of the folks out there in the audience might need more practice with too. So for our CSS, we're going to be using something called Grid. I'm just curious, quick informal poll. Have you heard of Grid? Yes or no in chat? Have you heard of CSS Grid? Yes. Cool. Never used it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I'm imagining the lurkers out there. You don't have to respond in chat if you don't want to, but I'm imagining some lurkers out there nodding or shaking their heads. Wish I could see it, but I can't. Arwin says grid versus flexbox is a big conversation. Yeah. In my limited experience with grid, I kind of like it, and we'll talk about why I like it in a bit, but I'm sure there's arguments to be made for either side. Okay. So let's pop on over to our style.css. And that was good timing from my bot there in chat. So Moobot has posted the link to the repo. So if you're following along with me, mosey on over to the finished version of the code, which is the digital atlas. The link there is there in chat. It's this repo right here. I'm going to go into the public folder. And I'm going to go into style.css. And I'm just going to copy the whole thing. Let's see, actually, just going to copy that. And then I'm going to paste it in here. Cool. And as you can see, I've got this very extensively commented out, thanks to a little help from ChatGPT, honestly. Not going to lie. ChatGPT was of help in generating comments here. But the main thing I want to talk about here is what we're doing with grid. So first off, let's see if this worked. Let's see if the CSS is being applied. So by default, what I'm doing is I'm setting, so for the results container and the image container, which are both the thing that's holding the facts, the text facts, and the thing that's holding the images. By default, as I mentioned before, these are both set to display none. So when the page first loads, they don't show up. But as soon as we get something back from the API and we populate those boxes, then we switch them on so they do show up. That's why this is set to display none. All right, let's see what we got. Hey, no worries, Rarcos. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, I know it's getting late for a lot of folks, so we're going to wrap up here soon. All right, look at that. We got some pretty styling now. So let's give you another country. Preferably one we haven't looked for yet. Pinak says, I'm trying to learn PowerShell right now for work, but then I need to learn Python and Go since I want to transition into DevOps at some point. Yeah, I mean, you're always going to, usually the stuff you're going to have to learn for work is sometimes going to differ from the stuff you want to learn on the side for your future career progression. I've been there. I mean, the stuff I'm doing right now for you guys has nothing to do with what I do for work. So for me, the best thing has always been to, at work, I focus on what I need to do for work, and what I need to learn for work. But in my free time, yeah, I devote myself to other things, right? devote myself to learning other languages or other skills or things like that. So I try to keep those two separated so they stay fresh, right? I never want to get tired of what I'm learning. I always want to feel like engaged and interested in what I'm taking on. And so the best thing for me to do, in my experience, has been to keep work and not work learning very separate, and only do work learning at work and non-work learning, like right now. Oh, we got some good options here. Tuvalu, Cambodia, Liberia, Romania. Okay, let's do Liberia because I have no idea where that is. Okay, nice. So we got the flag and the coat of arms. We just don't have the results box. So that means I'm probably just missing a display. But look, our styling is working. Mobile is working. So looks like our grid layout is behaving properly, which is good. Oops. Come on. Windows 10, stop it. All right. Ian Douglas, my goodness. Hey, good to see you. How's it going? Hi, folks. How we doing? What were y'all working on today? Happy New Year to you too, Ian. I hope you had a good holiday season. Well, today, for all you Raider folks joining us now, good, Code Deliberately. Welcome to the stream. Oh, you're writing code for streamer bot controls. Very cool. We are doing, I'll show you the finished version here. All right, Raiders. Somebody from the raid, give me the name of a country that I might not have heard of. It has to be a real country. It can't be fictional. All right, give me the name of a country I might not have heard of that must be real, can't be fictional. Oh, no worries, Nats. I'm glad you learned a bunch today. Ooh, Ian, I like that. Turks and Caicos. I've not heard of that. Is that what the country's name is? Search for it. Oh, dude, that's dope. Turks and Caicos Islands. I probably said that wrong. I apologize. Yeah. So essentially, what this tool does, is it returns a bunch of facts about a country. It gives you a map, a link to them on Google Maps. So let's see where it is. And if it's a larger country, it'll have their coat of arms as well. Oh, there it is. Cool. Caicos. Okay, Caicos. Thank you. Oh, wow. Okay. It's just off of like Miami, the Bahamas and Cuba. Neato. I was telling Chad I really suck at geography, so this is helping me. This is like, beneficial for me to learn geography. All right, yeah, we can also look for something like Sierra Leone. It can be uppercase or lowercase. Leone, did I spell that right? Sierra Leone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and so for example, Sierra Leone does have a coat of arms, and so that shows up here. And all the usual stuff. The app is mobile friendly too. So when we go, stop at Windows 10, quit. Windows 11, sorry. Yeah, and I'm zoomed in here too. So yeah, so in mobile mode, it looks more like this, boop, boop, like so. But then in regular screen mode, it looks like this. Mosquito. You got it on the third try, Mattel. I'm proud of you. Ian says, one of the first web dev consultant projects I put in a bid for was to build a reservation system for a timeshare. Wow. In Turks and Caicos. Caicos, sorry. Turks and Caicos. Didn't get it approved though. Wow. I wonder how many timeshares they sell. That's interesting. Anyway, so this is what we're building and we're almost done. We've got to the point where it's displaying. I'm missing a display. I need to switch this on. I'm missing that somewhere, but we're getting there. No worries, Ian. No problem at all. Have a great rest of your evening. Sierra Leone has nice flag colors. Yeah, especially like, I don't know. I was saying to the folks that were hanging out with me here in chat that yeah, the coat of arms are so interesting for all these countries. coat of arms are interesting. The flags are interesting. I love it. It's so cool to see these. I'm way more interested in that than like the geography part of it, even though I do need to get better at geography. Anyway, okay, so I think what the issue is that I need to. I'm just missing a display block somewhere in my script.js. Bhutan's flag is your favorite? Okay, I have to look at that one again. I'm just going to peek at the finished version here. And then once I solve that, then we'll talk about the CSS styling with grid and how grid works and why it's useful in this case. All right, so I'm just going to do. Oh, I think I found it. Yep, I got it. Okay, so if we get one result back on our country list, then I want to display the results. If there's a list of multiple countries, then I want to make sure that the flag and the coat of arms are switched off so they don't show up. And I think hopefully that should do it. Save that. Reload. I'll look for Bhutan again. Oh, yeah, no, I know. Yes, Georgia is a country. Yeah. Definitely. Although it is funny, place names, like, it's always funny how place names being duplicated can be so confusing. I have a story about that. I'll share that in a second. Yay, there we go. It's working. Oh, yeah, Bhutan does have a good flag. You're right. It's got a cool dragon. And the coat of arms is cool, too. Wow. It's really loading slowly. That must be a really big image. Open it in a new tab here. Oh, yeah, it's huge. Neato. Yeah, I do like that. That's rad. Yeah, so my story about duplicated place names is my grandfather was actually from England in the UK. And so he came over during the Great Depression, as a lot of people did. He came to the United States to work in a bank. But anyway, he was from Bristol, England. And so, obviously a pretty well-known place in the UK. But when my mother met my dad, they were sharing information about their families and stuff like that. And my dad said, "Oh yeah, my dad is from Bristol," and my mom was like, "Oh, my dad's from Bristol," and so they were both kind of confused. They both thought they were like, "Wow, small world, all this crazy thing," "Oh my goodness, we're both from Bristol," and all that stuff. And then my mom started telling my dad a bit more about her dad, and my dad was starting to get confused because nothing she was explaining about Bristol made, or his upbringing, made any sense. And they realized eventually that my mom was talking about Bristol, England, and my dad was talking about Bristol, Indiana, in the United States. So they both got very confused. They sorted it out eventually. Yeah, exactly, Chewy, Bristol, Indiana. Yep. Yeah, I still haven't been to Bristol, UK, although I've been to the UK several times. I really want to get there. Nat says, for some reason, if you reload the page and do a search that returns multiple countries, it doesn't show the list. Okay, let's look at that. That was going to be the next thing I was going to look at. So we'll do like Korea. Okay, so I'm seeing the list here, and I'll click that. Okay, yeah, that looks like it's working. So it could be Nats, I would just look at your script.js. I think you're probably missing in your fetch country data function right here, inside of your try catch block, you probably just missing this right here. That would be my guess. Oh no, wait, no, sorry. I don't think you are. I think you're actually missing. Nope, it's down here. My apologies. Maybe. No, that should be fine. Because it should just drop it in the container. Oh, just show it. Just load. Okay, cool. You got it. Cool. I was like, oh no, wait, that's not it. Okay. Yep. Perfect. All right, awesome. So yeah, I think it's working. Yeah, and some of these might be slow depending on your internet. Some of these images might be slow, or pages might be slow to load because some, especially the coat of arms. A lot of these are very large images, which is kind of cool. If you open it in a new tab and you want to, take a closer look, it's kind of neat because you can, zoom in and stuff. But that also means that if your internet is slower, they might load slower. So if you were going to build this into some kind of a production application, number one, I would probably refactor it to use React. If you're going to make this into a larger scale application, I'd probably use React. Number two, I would probably use something like there's plenty of options out there, but you can use intermediate services to downsize images like dynamically. So you could pass the size that you want inside the image URL, and then have it be downsized when it gets to your application. Because even if you downsize an image on the client side, it's still going to take up space because it's still going to be downloaded, by the user. So it's still going to take extra time, right? And so I was looking at a few services yesterday. There's various ones. There's things like ImageMagick, which is really commonly used, but it's also really complicated. There's others that, other sites. I think most of them are paid though, unfortunately. I don't know. I don't know if there's free solutions out there that make it really easy for you. If anybody knows of any, feel free to suggest them, like the ones that can, change image properties before they get to an application without you actually like having to host the image. I don't know. So yeah, there's options out there, but I mean, for something like this, it works pretty well. It's a pretty small application, so you're not going to be loading a ton of images, which is kind of a saving grace. You could use Astro, I assume, because Astro is good at handling large volumes of content. I think Astro might be overkill for this, um, but who knows? I might be wrong. Yeah, it might be perfect for it. But still, even just doing this with plain HTML, CSS, JavaScript, we were still able to do it, right? We didn't need any fancy tools. It was maybe a little cumbersome in places, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with building something in plain HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Um, a lot of folks kind of get hung up on what's the right tool to use, right? Like, should I learn React? Should I learn Next? Should I learn Angular? Should I learn Astro? Whatever. Um, but I think the important thing to remember is to just build stuff. And then you can always refactor it into something else later, right? Don't let the search for the right tool stop you from just building something. Anyway, let's go ahead and look at yeah, Copper Lily. I think it's fun too. I enjoyed building this. Oh yes, Leo suggests for country item we could do a hover. Yeah, I'll just drop that in there. Good point. So they suggested country item hover. So when we go to when we get this list of multiple countries, we could have some indication of which one we're hovering over. So we'll just drop that in there. I think that I like that idea. We'll put it here with kind of the yeah. Figure out where the best place to put it. I'm going to put it here under official name, I think. Okay, we'll try that. Mm-hmm. Save it. Reload it. See, that worked. Whoop. Maybe not. Let's see, do we have an error in the console? Ah, Pesto, welcome to the stream. They suggest that ImageKit. Okay, ImageKit is, I think that was one of the ones I was reading about yesterday. ImageKit is good for resizing and caching images. Is that free, Pesto? Do you know, is that free to use? Let's see, we'll do Brazil. Yeah, okay, so single search works. So something is wonky here. That's okay. I'm going to comment it out for now. We can come back to it. Oh, it has a free option. Okay, rad. Well, all right. So Pesto has suggested that if you need to downsize images or edit image properties via a URL, then check out ImageKit, which has a free tier, which I love. That's awesome. 20 gig data transfer. That's a lot of data, especially for individual development. I think that would be perfect for a lot of folks. Yeah, check that out. Okay, thank you, Pesto. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Oh, and Jasmine26, thank you for the follow as well. Also, I missed some follows earlier. I apologize. Lamb2, 1960, and Far93. Thank you as well. All right, but before we wrap up here, I want to talk about Grid. So, what is Grid? Grid is a way for you to quickly and easily configure items within a layout. And so we know about floats. So floats are the most basic way to configure a layout. It involves you sort of building boxes and figuring out how those boxes stack together within a user interface, right? Well, the next step up from that is probably Flexbox. Whereas Flexbox kind of starts introducing the idea of, like, instead of you kind of having to build the boxes, everything is made of boxes already, and those boxes can flex to fit within the layout. And then Grid is another option. I don't necessarily want to say it's a step up, but it is a newer option, a newer way of organizing layouts. And what Grid does is it assumes that your layout is on a grid. So by a grid, I mean a series of lines. So we can imagine like lines going across the page, vertical columns, and horizontal rows. And what that does is it creates a bunch of squares, invisible squares on the page, and you make your layout elements fit within those squares. You essentially tell each layout element, you belong to this row and this column, and this is how much space you're allowed to take up within that row and column. Same with all these other elements, right? So we can see just by looking at this that our main sort of facts element takes up more space, more width, right, than our flag and our coat of arms. These take up less width. So, and when we look at the grid layout, we're going to see that that's how it's configured. This should be the largest element. These two should be smaller. Now, on mobile, we'll see that it's different. They all take up equal width within a single column. So let's see how we define that for each element. Oh, Windows 11 is killing me. Come on. All right. So our outer container is a div that contains all three of these elements. And that's what we called wrapper. And so sort of like if we were using Flexbox, we set our display to grid. And the next thing we do is say, all right, how many columns do we want on our grid? So when it's in normal mode, not in mobile mode, how many columns do we want on our grid? Make that a little smaller. There we go. In this case, I'm saying I want 2 columns. Now, this might look like I said I want 4 columns, but it's actually 2. This is one column, and this is the other column. But what we've done here is we've said what ratio those columns should be. So the left column is going to take up 3 units of space for every 1 unit that the right column takes up. So it's a 3-to-1 ratio. So 2 columns, left and right, 3-to-1 ratio. So if we were to visualize it, column 1, column 2. Pretty straightforward. Nat says it's like divided the screen into 4 parts, and the one column gets 3 parts, and the other column gets 1. Yeah, essentially. Right. So these are essentially what FR means is fractional ratio. So yeah, it's like a fraction. It's like a fractional ratio of the available space. We set a gap. We set a max width. This is essentially just setting the width of the wrapper that surrounds all of these things. So it kind of squishes them in from the sides. Now, does anybody remember, what does VW mean? Yeah, Nats, it confused me too. That's why I wanted to stop and explain it. What does VW mean? What is it? Yeah, there you go. VW is not Volkswagen. It is viewport width. Now, why would I say VW? Why would I use VW instead of something like pixels or percentage? Why do I choose to use VW? Yeah, it's dynamic, right? Pixels are static. Pixels always, yeah, exactly. It's responsive design. So it'll respond based on my screen size. So as I make my screen bigger, the wrapper, the space in the wrapper gets bigger, and so these items have more space. Um, so pixels always stay the same size, right? Like for example, my font size here is set to, like, I forget, like 24 pixels or something. So it's set to a specific size. So as I move my screen, it doesn't get bigger or smaller. But VW means that anything with that type of sizing will get bigger or smaller based on the width of your screen. And also, too, there's VH as well, so viewport height. That can be used as a sizing measure as well. Yep. Margin auto just centers everything. Box sizing border box includes padding and borders in the element size. So those things are pretty standard. We've seen those before. Now let's look at how we implement grid to make elements sit in particular locations and take up a particular amount of space. So first off is my search section. So yes, that is actually part of the grid. This search box and button, they are on the grid along with these other three elements. However, we have it spanning from the first to the last column. So it's essentially, it can take up as much horizontal space as it wants all the way across. And what that also means is that none of these other elements can invade its space. So none of these other elements can go up and sit beside the search box. I don't want them to. So we basically say, all right, search box, you get to own the entire top of the screen. And so using this -1 here is basically just a shorthand to say, all right, no matter how many columns there are, I don't care. Just fill them all. You get to start at the beginning and fill the entire available space. So that's what that means. All right, so we have some styling there on the input box and the button. Yep, nothing crazy there. Thank you for the follow, Night Mask. Welcome to the stream. Natsuma says it's weird. It looks weird at first, but eventually you start to kind of follow it. We have some styling for the message, the error message that shows up. That's okay. Now we're back to some grid stuff. All right, so the main content is this container right here. So this one on the left is our main content container. That one is positioned in column 1, 2. Okay? What does this mean? This looks weird at first, right? How does it, and it, what that means is that it occupies the first column. But it's kind of odd notation, right? Like, how does this say occupies first column? And what that actually means is this 1/2. No, it's not one of the two. You would think, right? You'd think it's like a fraction, like 1/2, right? But no, you'll see later why that's actually not the case. What that actually means is it starts from line 1. So if we think about a grid being a series of lines dividing up the screen, it starts from line 1, which is the left of column 1, and goes to line 2, which is the right of column 1. Yeah. That's the kicker. Makes sense. Yeah. So from line 1 to line 2 is as much room as this can span. So similarly, when we think about just thinking ahead a little bit, when we get to these boxes here, what do you think their column is going to be? What's their notation going to be? Based on what we saw for this box, that was 1/2. What's the box for? What's the column notation for these two going to be? Yeah, because it's going to go from line 2, so the left of column 2, to line 3. So hopefully the visual helps it make a little bit more sense. I was having trouble just like mentally picturing it. And so I found that having a little visual representation was helpful. And so if you had more columns and you have, line 3 to line 4, 4 to 5, whatever, all those things. Okay. Let's keep looking. Yeah, so we saw this from line 1 to line 2 is where this box goes. And then grid row is 2. So as we saw before, our input box and our search button takes up the entire first row, right? We saw that before. It takes up the entire first row. And so what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, you box right here, this box right here should go on the second row of the grid. So it's in the first column on the second row. Oh, good. I'm close. I'm glad the visual aid helps. Yeah, I couldn't do it without a visual. I couldn't mentally picture it without the visual. And then next, we're going to look at our flag container and our coat of arms container. So these two elements right here. So let's skip. We're going to skip this for now. I want to look at each one individually. So as we predicted before, right? Each of these two both have grid column values of from line 2, so the start of the second column, to line 3, which is essentially the end of the second column, if we're thinking about them as lines. The flag container is on grid row 2, whereas the coat of arms container needs to sit below it, so that's on row 3, directly below row 2. So that's how we can force these items to sit exactly where we want them, by picturing a square grid, a grid of squares, and just putting them where we want them. So instead of having to think in terms of like stacking things, right? Like we would have to do with like floats or flexbox, right? Thinking, okay, what's my stack look like? Like, what items do I have on top of what? We can think of things in terms of a grid and say, all right, I want this item to go in this row and column. I want this item to go in this row and column, and I want it to take up X amount of space. It's kind of confusing but powerful. Exactly. Yeah. And I actually was looking around yesterday, and there are tools out there just online that can give you like default grid layouts that you can just literally copy and paste and dump into your application. So if like, I want, a big box over here, and then, a big box over here, and I want 3 smaller boxes over here, you can just copy and paste. And maybe the cooler thing that I discovered is that let me see if I can pull it up. Hang on. If you are using ChatGPT, find the thing I did. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, come on, open. Okay. So I was thinking about how I wanted to lay this out yesterday. And I thought, I wonder if, ChatGPT can help me get the grid layout right. Because I essentially just drew out this wireframe and said, all right, ChatGPT, I want it to look like this. And ChatGPT was able to, I uploaded this image as an attachment into ChatGPT. And I said, read this and help me understand, what kind of grid elements I need. And it read it, it visualized it, and then it said, actually, you probably want to do it like this. And it essentially gave me the correct grid layout, which was freaking amazing and slightly scary. So I said, this is, and it was able to look at this, identify the individual elements, and then tell me how I should style my project, which is freaking nuts. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. But like I said, there's other tools out there. Even if you don't use ChatGPT, there's lots of tools out there that can give you like preset grid layouts. You just copy and paste them, put them in your application, assign the right classes or IDs to each element, and you're good to go. So yeah, I mean that's really all there is to making stuff fit on the grid. Now, when it comes to mobile layout, if I want something to be one column, I can do my media query here, right? And then all I need to do is just adjust my number of columns from 2 to 1. And that single column is going to take up all the available space, right? And the row height can just be set automatically. I increase the width to be 90% of the viewport width. So on a mobile screen, I don't want dead space on either side. I want it to be, pretty wide. And so max width is going to be 90 VW. For all the elements, it's going to be 90 VW. And we're just adjusting all of the boxes to be single column layout, right? We're going from line 1 to line 2 on the grid. And the other thing we need to do is we want to stack on mobile. We want to stack all these items vertically, right? We want them to be on top of each other. And fortunately, that's pretty easy to do. We just say, search section is going to be at the top. Our main content is on row 2. Our flag container is on row 3. Our coat of arms is on row 4. And they all sit on top of each other perfectly well. So yeah, I mean that's kind of the basics of grid. This is a really simple layout, but I can definitely see how you could do much more complex stuff with grid, and put in some really complex layouts. Yeah, I mean, and depending on how you're doing it, yeah, display block will kind of force it to take up space, right? Yeah, so you can do that too. For me, like thinking about it after I kind of got my brain around what grid is, um, that made it easier for me to think in terms of design, like what elements do I want where. I just think, all right, I want this one row 1, column 1, column 2, row 2, whatever. And I can definitely see myself using grid more often in the future. Wolf Grid 2.0. Yeah. Now, honestly, that's once I understood the notation, like what it was trying to say, with these with these FRs and with the, with like the grid column and grid row stuff. After I got that, now I'm like, oh yeah, this is way easier than Flexbox. Yeah. So I think grid is going to be my go-to going forward. Definitely. All right, folks. Well, I think that's all there is to it. Does anybody have any questions before we wrap up for today? I appreciate y'all for sticking with me, as many of you as did. I know that it's pretty late at night for a lot of folks who are overseas. So thanks again for that. One more project. Not today. That's what my YouTube archive is for. Any questions? It doesn't necessarily have to be about the project. If you have questions about other things, if you have questions about 100 devs, if you have questions about me, who I am, what I do, that type of thing, feel free to ask. Or if you have questions about, I've had some folks ask me lately about, getting into streaming or what you need to do for that. I'm always happy to talk about that sort of thing. All2 says long stream like old. Yeah, it seems like whenever I go into this with the intention to have a short project, then it turns into a super long one. Oh, thank you, Copper Lily. So basically, I think my motto needs to be never plan ahead, and then then it'll turn out shorter and better. Dan says, "What's the optimum time between dating and proposal?" I am probably one of the worst human beings in the world to answer that. I identify as asexual, so I have no interest in anyone, and so I have no idea, my friend. I'm afraid you are barking up the very wrong tree. I have the outside view, super valuable. Ah, close. That's so nice. You're studying accessibility, so you're working on refactoring to include more semantic HTML. That's awesome. That's a great project. Yeah, accessibility is so important, and especially experts on accessibility. Um, yeah, those folks are like accessibility experts are so needed, especially as the web gets more and more complex. So that's an awesome project. I love that. Oh, Knight says, "Is that a Doctor Who shirt from the Van Gogh episode?" It is indeed. What a very good eye you have. Yes, that is the exploding TARDIS from the Van Gogh episode of Doctor Who. One of the best episodes. Yeah, I'm a huge Doctor Who fan. I'm a huge sci-fi fan in general. So, Star Trek, and Doctor Who are my big two. Um, yeah, I know a ridiculous amount of trivia about Star Trek. A little bit less about Doctor Who, but still love it. Matt Smith is awesome. Yeah, I love Matt Smith. He was not my first Doctor I ever watched, but he's probably the one I like the most. Nightmask says Lower Decks. Oh yeah, Lower Decks is so rad, and that Lower Decks and Strange New Worlds are my two favorite Star Treks of the modern Star Trek. I grew up watching Star Trek Voyager obsessively, but yeah, Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks are just match made in heaven, especially that crossover episode. It was so good. Dan says, "Why was DS9 the best Star Trek?" DS9 was really good because they stayed in one place, and so they had time to develop plot lines and arcs and stuff because they weren't on a ship; they were in one place. Vincent in the museum brings a tear every time. Absolutely. Yeah, I love that quote. That's one of the driving quotes of my life, I think, is, every person is a pile of good things and bad things. And, the good things don't always outweigh the bad things, but the bad things, don't lessen the good things or make them unimportant. And, you should always try to add to someone's pile of good things. And I think uh, it's a driving force in my life, honestly, that quote. Yeah. I know I didn't quote it perfectly, but oh, Copper Lily says, "I finally got caught up on Doctor Who." Yeah, I love the new specials. They were so good. I loved it so much. And I can't wait to see the 15th Doctor, in the regular season. I think it's going to be great. I wasn't a huge fan of his Christmas special, but that's not because I don't like the actor. I just think the Christmas special was a little weird, but hey, sometimes it's like that. That's how the show rolls. It's weird sometimes, and so that's not a bad thing. Nat says, "I really like Capaldi's Doctor." Hey, Capaldi was great. I love Capaldi like as an actor. I wasn't as huge a fan of his Doctor, but that's just a personal preference. Everybody has their favorites. But Peter Capaldi is dope. Yeah. Strange New World is best new Trek. Oh, 100% by far. Strange New Worlds is so good. Mattel says, "I used to watch the old Doctor Who when it was on late night on Saturdays on PBS." Ah, yeah. Yeah. I wish I would have watched it when I was a kid. I wasn't introduced to it until I was in college. Dan, you're funny. Knight says, "I like seeing a little darker side of Trek." Yeah, it was nice seeing that depth and seeing it done well. Absolutely. Pesto says, "Wait, Americans watch Doctor Who?" Absolutely, yes, we do. It's huge in America, really. That's why Disney. So in the U.S., Disney bought it. They bought the rights to show it. It's on Disney Plus in the United States. I know it's on iPlayer in the UK, but yeah, it is. I would say pretty well known and really popular. It's not as popular as it was back in the David Tennant era, but still very popular in the U.S. In college, but in college, the new episodes weren't being shown anywhere other than like BBC America. So I had to get creative in order to watch it. I'll just say that. But oh yeah, I had a bunch of friends who loved it and still do. Mind blown. Yeah, no, it's super popular. Dan says, wasn't there a show called Red Dwarf? Was that from the UK? Yes. Yep. Yeah, Red Dwarf is a really fantastic sci-fi comedy. Pesto says, do you hope for a US version? Absolutely not. I do not want a US version of Doctor Who. That would be terrible. I think Doctor Who only works as a UK show. Just everything about it is like everything about it is UK like centric. Like that is you could not have a show in the US where an eccentric person who wears funny clothes flies around in a 1960s police box and fights salt and pepper shakers and have that have any kind of gravitas or meaning. Yeah, there was a TV movie. Not everybody knows this, but back in the 80s, yes, back in the 80s, they tried to bring Doctor Who to the United States. They did. There was a TV movie. Yep. I think it was a partnership. I forget what station it was. Like, yeah, it was a TV movie, and that was where the Eighth Doctor debuted. Yeah, Paul McGann. It did not go over well. It wasn't great, which is sad because Paul McGann is a great actor. But yeah, they tried that once. It didn't work, and I don't think they will ever try it again. Hey, OX, back in here. Have you played with this Atlas API before? I don't code as much as I do hacky stuff, but I've been curious about the chess.com API. They opened it public last year. Yeah. As far as playing with this Atlas API, so yeah, the way I normally do my streams is I build the project ahead of time, and then we build it again together here on stream. So I've been playing with this API for a while. I've also been playing with APIs in general for the past couple of years, just building projects, building my own APIs, that kind of thing. But yeah, oh, that's cool about the chess.com API. Were you thinking to do a project with that to build a custom chess game? I didn't know about that API. That sounds fun. Dan says if they made a US version, it would be like NCIS Doctor Who. Yeah, that's the thing. The sensibility of the sensibility wouldn't translate well. I don't think. I love Doctor Who for what it is and for the cultural essence of it, and it just would not work well as a particularly American based show. It's kind of like how the British version of The Office and the American version of The Office are so different. They both work in their own way, but doing one this exactly the same way as you do it, for the other culture, it just doesn't work. That's why they're so different on Fox. Pesto says, "Oh, it melts my heart. I didn't think British things like that were loved outside the UK at all." Oh man, no way. I love so much. I subscribe to BritBox, which is just a service that literally just shows like BBC shows. Like I have to pay to see those shows, but I subscribe anyway because I want to see them because I like them so much. And like my dad loves like BBC crime dramas and stuff, and he is like a quintessential American dude. But he loves European and UK like crime dramas. And so yeah, there's a huge cultural influence here in the US of UK programming because it's a lot of it's really good. Yep. Mattel says Kira here in Dallas was the first PBS station show Monty Python on TV. Oh yeah, I used to watch that on TV when I was a kid. Knight says I love Sherlock. Oh yeah, yep. I used to watch that back when it was on. Big following of British television here. Faulty Towers, Keeping Up Appearances. Oh yeah, absolute classics. A lot of folks here in America have watched those. Yeah, big facts. Absolutely. Yeah. Now the pesto, like British shows and shows from the UK in general are, yeah, really highly regarded a lot of the times and really well appreciated over here across the pond, as it were. And I even started liking it so much. I've traveled to the UK several times just because I like it a lot. Last of the Summer Wine, as time goes by. Oh yeah, so many. If you The problem here in the U.S. is being able to actually watch them. We don't have access to things like BBC iPlayer. There is BBC America, which is literally the BBC shows shown in America on TV. It's a channel over here, but the selection is fairly limited. Yeah, Misfits was great. Well, that made you happy, Pesto. Yeah, I'm actually planning a trip to Scotland here in the spring. I've been twice already to Scotland, but I'm planning to go again. Yeah, no, it's so cool. I always say that there's only like five actors in there's only like five actors in the UK, and they're just in everything. You just see the same people over and over again. Not that that's a bad thing, but oh, and another thing I like are the uh like the Royal Shakespeare Company plays. There's like I also have digital theater, which lets you see plays and stuff like that. A lot of those are great too. Oh sure, yeah. Go ahead, Clay. You can share it. Courses. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Is it a free course, Clay? It's free. Ah, that's rad. Nice. So if you're interested in picking up some hacking skills, check that out. Thank you for sharing that. Because yeah, we really try to promote like free tools and free learning resources here on my stream. So I appreciate you sharing, Clay. Mattel says BBC America shows Star Trek: The Next Generation quite a bit. Yeah, yeah. Some of the shows that BBC America like shows, they're not necessarily like from the UK. They just have a British person in them, which doesn't really count. Patrick Stewart is yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's British, but like it's an American show anyway. All right. Anything else before we wrap up here and send a raid on over to someone else? Oh, pesto, that's what I want to do too. That's actually what I'm planning for this spring is going to do the West Highland Way sometime. Yeah, I've only really been around southern Scotland. So, yeah, I want to do the West Highland Way too. It sounds really fun. It's supposed to take like a week or two. Yeah, I'm psyched about it. Meet you there, absolutely. Oh, you have something else, Mattel. Okay, go ahead. While you're typing Mattel, I'm going to pull up the raid here and see who's online. Thanks, Mattel. Thank you for the follow, Pesto Pancake. No worries, Kathy. If anybody has any suggestions on someone they would like to raid who's online right now, preferably in the sort of coding, you know, space, that would be great. Otherwise, we'll just see who is up and running. Oh, Copper Lily. Yeah, that's a cool little fun fact. All right, fun fact. If you learned nothing else today, the Scottish Highlands, so the mountains in Scotland, are the same mountain range as the Appalachians here in the United States. So the Eastern Mountain Range in the United States, you hear about Appalachia and Kentucky and all those things. Thank you for the hydrate. That's literally the same mountains as the Scottish Highland Mountains, because those mountains have been around since those continents were together, like in Pangea, like before the continents split apart, which I thought was pretty rad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same mountain range. Yep. So once there was a big mountain range going across like Pangea, right? And then the continents went and split apart, and so the UK went this way, and you know America went that way, and but the range is still there. Yeah, it's so cool. Nature is fun. Oh, Nat says, do you have some experience with machine learning? No, I don't. But I know there's lots of cool resources there online to help you get up to speed. I don't personally have experience with machine learning. I'm more on like the I work with more of, okay, what's the data that powers the like what like I do more of things like I manage the big data warehouses and like, okay, what data are we getting, what data are we delivering to these types of applications, where does that data come from, is it good data, is it good data to teach an artificial intelligence, is it biased, is it wrong, is it missing bits, I do more of that stuff. I curate and clean large data sets. Yeah, which is, I think, I don't know, I think if your data is not good, then your machine is going to turn out to be trash, right? Or biased, even worse. Yeah, Code Academy is great if you want to learn anything. Code Academy is pretty good, and especially when it's free, right? Also, free code camp. Free code camp's another good place to learn stuff. All right, let's see. Twitch. Let's see who's online. Who can we toss you folks to in the nicest way possible? Where's my raid button? My layout has changed. Why is that? Okay, well, anyway, this will work. Okay, I would love, if anybody knows of anybody that they would like me to raid, I would love a suggestion right now because there are not very many folks from my follow list online. So, anybody have any suggestions? Otherwise, I might just head over to the software and game dev category and pick somebody. Oh, Grizz, you can send me a message on Discord if you're stuck on something. Yeah, just hit me up on Discord, on the 100 Devs Discord. Well, actually, not even there. You can just send me a PM on Discord. My name is the same there as it is here. Okay, I'm going to head to Twitch. And I'm going to look at the software and game dev category and we're going to pick somebody. Yay, new friend. Oh my goodness, you subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much, Pesto. I appreciate it. Wow. That's so kind of you. Thank you. And since Pesto subscribed with Prime, it didn't cost them any money at all. Oh, and thank you so much for subbing, Serious Scaper. Thank you. I'm sorry you didn't get an alert, but both of you get my special sub screen. Thank you, Sirius. Thank you, Pesto. You're both very cool people. I hope you have an excellent day. All right, browse. Software and game dev. Wow, only 1,000 people are watching software and game dev streams right now. So I feel honored to have 50 of those people right here. That's amazing. uh, you can get to the 100 devs Discord, Grizz, by typing !Leon, !Leon. Ooh, this person is doing this person's title of their stream is TypeScript is weird, and I'm kind of vibing with that. So let's see what they're up to. I don't know this person, but it might be a good choice because their title of their stream is TypeScript is weird. So I think we might go ahead and raid them. All right. We get to that. I'm picking up what they're putting down. Alrighty, we are going to go ahead and raid Lord Talks and see what they are working on with TypeScript. All right, I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. Have a great rest of your week, and I will see you all back here next weekend. So stay tuned with me on Twitter. If you're not following me on Twitter, that's where I post about what we're going to be doing on these streams. So if you ever wonder, okay, what are we going to be doing today? Follow me on Twitter, and you'll know way ahead of time. What's my Discord name? It's just it's Mind Wolf. same as here, Mind Wolf. So if you ever wondering where to find me on social media, just look for Mayan Wolf. Same spelling as here on Twitch, and yeah, you're probably gonna find me. Alrighty, I will see you all here next week. Raid is starting now. Thanks again for tuning in. All right, raid is starting in 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye bye.